jednu, 2 minuty, než se všichni usadí a pak okamžitě začneme. Takže prosím vás, buďte trpěliví ještě tak 2 minutky.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can start with today's program. Let me welcome you here in the beautiful Liechtenstein Palace, where we will discuss the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan. This annual event dedicated to the Resilience and Recovery Plan is organized by the European Commission and Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. And thanks to the Office of the Czech government, we can gather and discuss here in the Liechtenstein Palace. My name is Aneta Zachová, and I'm Editor-in-Chief of Euractiv Czech Republic, and I'm very happy that I can moderate this event, not only because I can meet all of you here and discuss with you all the aspects of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, but also because me as a journalist, I was covering and writing articles about the Recovery Fund since the very beginning, looking at the reaction of the EU to the pandemic and to all the challenges that we are facing right now. Yeah, I was following the topic not only as a journalist, but also as a person who is dealing with the theories of European integration in academic sphere. So for me, it's a great honor to be with you here right now and to welcome all the people who were actually responsible for making the Recovery and Resilience Plan happen, to make them alive and to secure their implementation in the practice in our daily life, so even the Czech citizens can benefit from the outcomes of all the negotiations, of all the hard work we could see in the past months and years. So let me just briefly go through the agenda so everybody knows what can expect from this morning. We will start with 3 opening speeches, then we will see a short video which was actually created for this particular event. Then we will launch a panel discussion where we will discuss how the Recovery and Resilience Plan helps with the current challenges. Then we will enjoy a short coffee break, and then we will move with the panel and we will discuss about the energy side, energy chapter of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and then we will enjoy lunch, networking lunch at the end of this event. So let me now start officially our program with the opening speech. I would like to invite here Mr. Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, Mr. Jozef Sikel, to come here and to deliver his opening speech. Please, Mr. Sikel, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Director General, dear Céline, dear Mikuláš. Welcome to all of you to the first ever National Recovery Plan annual event organized by Czech Republic and European Commission in Prague. Many of you may be asking yourself, does the Czech Republic need a national recovery plan? So, taking into account the 2 past major events, the COVID pandemic and its impacts, and Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, it would be the self, if you will, after the Second World War, asked the states if they need a Marshall Plan. And this is my opinion. Yes, we need a plan like a national recovery plan, and I see this plan as a great opportunity for the development of the Czech Republic. It is an important tool to help the whole of Europe react to the current crisis and their economic impact. The Czech Republic can receive more than 7 billion euro from the Resilience and Recovery Facility if we are ambitious enough in our plan. The National Recovery Plan, which has a major European dimension, fits into the metrics of the next generation EU instrument. At the beginning, the National Recovery Plan was supposed to solve the problem linked to the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, but developments have been so turbulent that the National Recovery Plan has become a way to reflect the other critical situations, such as the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis. The main objective of this plan is economic stability and building a resilient society that is prepared for the crisis. In this case, European funds are helping the Czech Republic to make our economy more competitive and sustainable. The National Recovery Plan is a unique instrument in its scope, affecting many areas of our daily life, and the effects of this plan will be visible in all the sectors we may come into contact with. In education, in health sector, in agriculture, in the social and culture sectors, in business support, in research and development, in the energy sector, and so on. The Czech Republic submitted its first payment request in November last year. The first payment request contained many reforms and investments. In total, 37 milestones were achieved. For example, the payment request included the purchase of digital equipment for more than 4,000 primary and secondary schools, the adoption of a new Court and Judges Act, the adoption of the National Cancer Plan of the Czech Republic for years 2022 till 2030, prepared by the Ministry of Health in cooperation with the Czech Cancer Society, and more. The completeness of this instrument is mainly based on the reform potential of our country. Investments are certainly important, but a great importance is placed on reforms, namely on the change that the implementation of the plan will bring to the citizens. It is necessary to reform processes and achieve greater efficiency and self-sufficiency, especially in the energy sector. The current geopolitical situation has shown us how important cooperation within the European community is and how effective European solutions are. This is a potential that must be used. Of course, the word plan is key in this case. A plan is something that must be implemented but also adapted to current needs. Therefore, these plans must also be modified, and they must reflect the actual circumstances. In 2019 and 2020, when this plan was being prepared, the Czech Republic built on the needs it had. Today, we can discuss whether this was right or wrong, and if we have achieved the ambition and potential that this instrument has. And above all, it is necessary to choose such changes that will help to overcome the current energy crisis, that will help to kick off the economic growth. At the end, before I give the floor to the next speakers, let me say that I personally see the National Recovery Plan as the opportunity that needs to be seized, as the opportunity that we must properly take and implement in such a way that it brings the maximum possible benefits to the citizens of the Czech Republic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Sikel, for emphasizing the reform potential of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. We will now move with the second opening speech, so I would like to invite here to the floor Mr. Mikuláš Bek, who is the Minister for European Affairs of the Czech Republic. Please, Mr. Bek, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sincerely delighted to attend the first annual event on the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan and to take stock of the first year and a half of its implementation. Let me congratulate both the Ministry of Industry and the European Commission for organizing such a splendid event which brings together in one room all key actors involved in the Czech RRP, be it from Prague or Brussels. I would particularly like to welcome those who benefit from the RRP on the ground, such as representatives of local governments, businesses, employees, as well as civil society, who have a direct hands-on experience with the RRP funding. Their insights are always immensely valuable and allow to steer the plan towards the optimal delivery and absorption. Let me first look backward at the initial years of the Recovery and Resilience Facility from a broader perspective. It needs to be noted that the RRF was established some 2 years ago as a completely new instrument. For the first time, the European Union decided to get funding for its priorities and policies by issuing debt. For member states and beneficiaries, the major novelty lied in the performance-based nature of the RRF. While we were familiar with the structural funds, which are predominantly invoice-based, implementation of the RRF is measured by achievement of specific milestones and targets. This focus on performance was very new to all actors, and I believe we are still sometimes struggling to capture the performance logic. Other new features included the so-called do no significant harm principle and requirements related to prevention of corruption and conflict of interest. Applying these rather complex principles proved a true challenge, taking into account the fact that detailed methodologies were issued only in the course of RRP drafting. In view of these innovative elements, it came out quite naturally that preparation of the recovery plans was a learning process for all parties, the member states as well as the European Commission. Yet it should be seen as a success. Within just 1 year from the initial idea, legislation for the new funding instrument was presented and approved by the EU legislators. Most RRPs were drafted in parallel and submitted for approval. The speed was incredible. The only reasonable comparison we can make is preparation of programming documents for cohesion funds, which took about 3 years under an already established process. From today's perspective, I'm convinced that the initial difficulties have been largely overcome and recovery and resilience plans are already bringing benefits to citizens and companies across the EU. Many projects have been implemented and serve their purpose, namely to deal with consequences of the COVID pandemic. Let's mention, for example, the delivery of digital devices such as laptops or notepads to Czech schools to facilitate distant learning during school lockdown, or tutoring for pupils after reopening of schools. Most member states started to draw payments from the RRF in 2022, which help improve their fiscal balance in a difficult wartime situation when public budgets are under severe strain. The RRP also acts as a catalyzer and a certain form of positive pressure for implementation of reforms. Let me now turn towards the future. Looking forward, I can see the following opportunities and challenges. First of all, the REPowerEU initiative gives the member states the means to address consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, in particular as regards energy prices and energy security. For the second time, the RRF has played a role of a flexible tool within the EU budget, which allows the Union to react jointly to new situation, crises and needs. In the upcoming period, I expect a profound discussion at the EU level whether such flexibility should be incorporated permanently in the EU budget, which is normally rather rigid, providing only marginal options to change the course of funding during the 7-year budgetary period. For Czechia specifically, the REPowerEU initiative, together with the upward revision of allocation by some 30 billion Czech crowns, provides an opportunity to rethink the national recovery plan. The plan was prepared by the previous government under objectively very different circumstances. The current government has therefore a chance to enhance the plan both in terms of quantity and quality. It is necessary to reflect in the plan the new challenges: war in Ukraine and its impacts on the energy sector, on cybersecurity and hybrid threats, but also the very tangible impact through a massive influx of Ukrainian refugees. I am pleased to see that the list of measures proposed currently for the REPowerEU chapters and the updated RRP includes a number of important measures in this direction. As mentioned by Minister Sikel, the area of energy will be of highest priority. We need to foster energy security, decrease dependence on Russian fossil fuels, and help businesses and households to alternative sources of energy, which would be clean, reliable, and affordable. This profound energy transformation will require massive financial support, which goes beyond the 16 or 17 billion crowns top-up that Czechia will receive from new REPowerEU envelope. This is the reason why the government is considering seriously to request a loan from the RRF. The challenge we are facing is huge, and the response needs to be fast and proportionate. The time is now to invest massively into energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, or clean mobility, even if this would mean a higher public debt. The investment will pay off the sooner the longer energy prices remain at elevated levels. At the same time, it is indispensable that the legislative and regulatory framework is fully supportive of green transition. Hence, we need to look also at the functioning of the energy ecosystem and make sure that right incentives are in place to guide all actors towards green, cost-efficient solutions with the maximum benefit for the society. The administrative complexity, there is one more challenge of a rather technical nature we need to keep in mind. Despite initial expectations of lower administrative complexity, in particular in comparison with the cohesion policy, the feedback from the ground suggests rather the opposite. The administrative complexity also creates additional need for administrative capacity. Administration of the plan has been largely underestimated from the outset and should be reinforced both at the level of central coordination and the level of component owners. This is of utmost importance if we want to keep the pace of implementation and absorption and meet the enhanced requirements for monitoring and control, as well as stakeholders' consultation. To this end, my team is working on a specific activity within the RRP which could overcome this major bottleneck. Needless to say that support by the European Commission would be most welcome, besides support from the key domestic actors, including the Ministry of Finance. In conclusion, let me thank all of you who contribute to the success of the Czech recovery plan. Despite several deficiencies, the plan provides a great boost to the Czech economy in a difficult time when crises follow one another. I believe Czechia will soon receive the first payment, which is an important milestone in the implementation of the plan. Let me particularly thank the coordination team at the Ministry of Industry, who is extremely devoted and delivers under severe staff constraints. My colleagues from the Office of the Government, who work hard on the preparation of the RRF loan, and colleagues who contributed crucially to the very good compromise for the REPower regulation under the Czech presidency. And last but not least, the negotiating team of the European Commission, who has always been ready to give advice and come up with constructive proposals to solve the difficulties and obstacles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for telling us more about the, let's say, background of preparation of the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan, and for mentioning that the preparation of this plan was actually a learning process and an exercise for the whole Czech Republic and for all people involved. I would like to now ask the third speaker who will deliver here opening speech. I would like to welcome here in Prague and here at this annual event Ms. Céline Gauer, who is the Director General from the European Commission, and what is important, she is also the head of the Recovery and Resilience Taskforce, which is within the European Commission. So please, Ms. Gauer, join me here on the floor, and we are waiting for your opening speech.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Minister Sikel, Minister Beck, all colleagues from the Czech authorities and all social partners, stakeholders, representative of the civil society. I'm very, very happy to be here today with you for this first annual event with this absolutely beautiful view in this really nice location. So many thanks to all colleagues, both on the Czech side and on the Commission side, for organizing such a nice occasion for us to meet. It's a really good opportunity here to look back, as the two ministers just did, as what we have achieved since the approval of the Recovery and Resilience Plan in September 2021, and also to look ahead to the challenges that we need to face together. The RRF, as was recalled by both ministers, was created as a response of the pandemic. It was a sign of solidarity between all the member states, trying to leverage funding to assist especially those who would otherwise find sources at less attractive conditions to tackle the pandemic together. It was the new Marshall Plan. I think it's an expression that I hear a lot every time we come here to the Czech Republic, but I think which is really reflecting the sense of that project. It was also a very strong signal of trust between the member states and from the Union to each and every member state. It was based not on reimbursing cost, as was mentioned, like cohesion funding, but on delivering on a contract. All of these national recovery and resilience plans are contracts between each and every member state and the rest of the Union. A contract allowing to benefit from support in exchange of delivering important reforms and investments. and this is the last important characteristic, that it is a tool for systemic change. It's not only do investment and we'll finance them, it is let's transform the societies, let's not simply go back to what we had before the pandemic, but let's try to use this terrible pandemic as an occasion to transform our economies, to tackle the climate change, and to embrace the digital transition. A lot has happened since the adoption of this plan and since this initial response. Indeed, the war and the terrible invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the inflation that has ensued, the energy crisis that we are still observing all over Europe, and more recently, the Inflation Reduction Act from the US that is really putting a lot of questions on the minds of everybody in Europe on the ability to attract investment in clean technology. And what has been amazing is that the Recovery and Resilience Facility has proven to be, for all of these new challenges that were not expected at its inception, has proven to be the right answer. I would like to congratulate very warmly the Czech presidency for having managed to finalize the discussions on REPowerEU. This was really a major achievement, and that actually allows all of us to address those consequences, address the consequences of the war, the energy crisis, and the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act with a new tool and additional funding. Overall, for the EU, we are talking 20 billion additional grants and the possibility to unlock 225 billion of loans for addressing very much those challenges. In the meantime and in parallel, which was very, very difficult for everyone, implementation has started and has been extremely fast. You recalled how fast the approval of the plans and their start was. Indeed, it is amazing when we compare to the normal funding programs, but the implementation has been also equally quick. To date, we have seen in all the member states very far-reaching reforms and investments already deployed on the ground. In Czechia, I think first payment request for more than 1 billion, second and third already in preparation for an additional billion, and overall for the total of the EU, 140 billion already dispersed. But money is only a symptom somehow. What really matters is what is happening on the ground. And if we look at what has already happened on the ground in Czechia, I'm really impressed. You recall the important investments in schools, also in the health sector, with the development of telemedicine, making access to health easier for citizens. But also, and that's one that I find really, really important for this country, the measures taken against anti-corruption, the reform of the court system and of the functioning of the justice. This is really essential. This is tackling a long-standing challenge for this country and will make a real change also for Czechia as a member of the European community. Today, as Minister Beck recalled, we have another opportunity. This other opportunity comes from REPowerEU and allows, with additional loans up to 14 billion euros, additional grants for Czechia, 2 billion euro, to address and solve the dependency over Russian fossil fuel and to accelerate the decarbonization of the energy system, of the transport system, very important for the dependency on oil, and more generally on the country. It is also an opportunity to help industry facing the new challenges and adjust to the decarbonization. And the possibility that are brought by the new instrument is really to support industry in these challenges. It's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge because we have extremely little time. As all of you will know, all the measures will have to be implemented by 2026. It is a hard deadline. It's not like cohesion policy where you can have a few more years to finalize. It is really a hard deadline, and this means that it is a race against the clock for all of us together. It is a challenge, but it's also good because it is urgent to address these challenges. It's urgent to tackle these problems. So this is simply giving us a better impetus to be fast. So a lot will happen in 2023 between the review of the plan, the implementation on the ground, and it's certainly not something that the Czech authorities or the Commission can do alone. It's something for which we need all of you to help us, to tell us what has to be done, to point our attention to difficulties we would not necessarily see, and to contribute essentially to making these reforms and these investments the best possible measures for Czechia. And this is why I'm so happy that we're having this event today, that this is giving us a very good way of engaging together, listening to you, and making the best of it. So thank you very much for being here. Looking very much forward to all the discussions we're going to have, and to spending this 2023 together with you for making it a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gauer, for this speech, for mentioning the challenges that are ahead, and also mentioning the time pressure that we are under because of the strict deadlines, but also because of the need to do as many investments reforms as possible in the shortest time. So let's now move to another part of our event. As I promised in the beginning, we will see a short video, which was created for this particular event, and video which is also promoting the Recovery and Resilience Plan here in the Czech Republic. So please, I would like to ask the organizational team to show us this video.
Přístup k čisté a cenově dostupné energii se týká nás všech. V Česku Národní plán obnovy, který je financovaný Evropskou unií, zvyšuje naši energetickou bezpečnost a vytváří ekologičtější budoucnost pro další generace. Tento plán zlepší kvalitu života každého z nás. Zabývá se klíčovými výzvami dnešního Česka, od udržitelné dopravy a digitalizace přes lepší vzdělávání a zdravotnictví až po energetiku. Národní plán obnovy financuje projekty, které rozšíří fotovoltaickou kapacitu země, sníží energetickou náročnost budov a zmodernizují teplárenskou síť. To vše přispívá k energetické bezpečnosti Česka a jeho obyvatel. Národní plán obnovy – cesta pro lepší budoucnost.
So I hope you enjoyed the short video before this panel discussion. So let's start. I would like to welcome here on the stage speakers from the first panel. I would like to ask Mr. Sikel, Ms. Gauer, Mr. Niedermayer, Mr. Havrda, Mr. Piecha, Ms. Kuchtova, and Ms. Bohriskova to take the seats. We don't have any orders, so you can take the seats. Perfect. Thank you very much, speakers, for coming here on the floor. We will now start with the first panel discussion, where we will discuss how the Recovery and Resilience Plan helps with the current challenges. Let me introduce you our speakers. Some of them we could already listen in the opening speeches, so I don't have to tell you more about Mr. Sikel, who is joining the panel discussion as well. The same goes for Ms. Céline Gauer from the European Commission, who is joining the panel discussion too. And the newcomers of today's discussion are Mr. Luděk Niedermayer, a member of the European Parliament, who is joining us today, and also Mr. Marek Havrda, who is Deputy Minister for EU Affairs from the Government Office of the Czech Republic. It's also my pleasure to welcome here Mr. Marian Piecha, Section Director of EU Funds from the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. It's also my pleasure to welcome here Ms. Dagmar Kuchtová, General Director from the Confederation of Industry and Trade. And last but not least, I would like to welcome here Ms. Teresa Vohryskova from Hnutí Duha, the organization which is part of Friends of the Earth organization. So I think that you can see that we have really great people here on the panel from various sectors, not only from the ministries who are responsible for preparation of the plan, but also from the civil society, also representative of businesses of the European Parliament. So we have really great scope of speakers here during the panel discussion. I would also like to remind you that you can join us via SLIDO. You can see the QR code here on the screen. So if you would like to ask a question, to give us your comments, please do it. Do it via SLIDO. You can just scan the QR code and send your question via this application. It will be much more easier to moderate this discussion and to gather the questions from you. So please be active and join us via SLIDO as well, not only as listeners of this discussion, but also as active participants. Now it's time for my questions. So I think that we can start with the panel discussion. My first question goes to Ms. Gauer. Ms. Gauer, the very, very basic question is, during the opening speeches, we were talking about the implementation here in the Czech Republic particularly, but when you can observe the situation across all the member states countries. So looking at all the member states countries, can you tell us what are the achievements so far, or how many funds has been already disbursed among the member states, please? And you can, yes, you have the microphone, perfect.
Thank you very much. Yeah, how many funds have been disbursed? That's the easy answer. I think 140 billion nearly have been already disbursed, partly in terms of pre-financing and partly through payment requests, like the one we just mentioned that Czechia introduced in November. So payment requests we've had already from 18 member states, so more than 25 payment requests, and in each and every of those cases, member states demonstrated that they had achieved reforms. We have a strong focus on reforms at the beginning of the plans, and then investment. But as I mentioned also in the introductory remarks, it's not so much about the money only that has flown. It's a lot more on what has been achieved. And here I think Czechia compares very well with other member states. You've had fundamental reforms in all the member states. You've had labor market reform in Spain, which was one of the biggest challenges for that country. Justice reform in Italy, public finance reform in France, and anti-corruption reform in Czechia, for example. In terms of investment, you will see that the strong focus on green that we see here in Czechia is mirrored in all the member states, because the challenge is a common challenge, and this is why more than 45% of all the spending goes to green spending across the EU.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Sikel. What, according to you, are the specific impacts we can already see here in the Czech Republic? Can you name some specific projects, specific impacts?
Indeed.
Please take the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, of course, and some of them we were able to see already in the short video spot, and some of them were already mentioned in the opening speeches in my, and also in this from Mikuláš, means 74,000 digital devices for schools, which will enable not only to improve the way of education, but also basically to help to prepare the pipeline of the next generation people with digital skills, which will help them to be much more better prepared for the challenges of the knowledge and digital-based economies. of course, one of the major impacts we already see in the area of renewables, which was heavily underestimated in the past, and we have supported over 20 projects. So on one side, it was basically the recovery of brownfield regeneration for business use program, where basically over 500 million will flow from National Recovery Plan to municipalities, and of course also a nice amount from the state budget. But what I was already mentioning, basically within the component 2.3, substantial funding for the development, mainly for rooftops, photovoltaic power plants for enterprises. So in the current geopolitical situation, to help to small and medium enterprises to produce electricity for their own use, this is a major issue which is on one side basically helping to tackle the energy prices, and on the other side to increase the resilience and the energy security of the country. So we were basically, the demand was so big that we were I do not want to say forced, but we were happy to increase the allocation from 5 billion to 7 billion for this plan. And using also additional funding. The initial allocation was distributed extremely fast in very short time, and as I already mentioned, there was a remarkably high interest from businesses. So just to give you a rough feeling, we received more than 5,800 projects and applications for close to 10 billion Czech crowns in this area. And one of the major parts of the component 2.3 is focused on the modernization of heating and heat distribution system. Czech Republic is one of the European countries. We are not alone. But we are famous that we have a very high portion of distance heating, and centralized heating is basically the backbone of the Czech heating system. I think a higher portion of this kind of heating we can see only in Denmark, or maybe in some other countries. So under current circumstances, we have an urgent need for transformation of the heating system, because basically the majority of the system was built up during the previous political regime decades ago, and basically it needs to be modernized or completely rebuilt, which will request a significant amount of money. And the transformation of sources is funded mainly by the Modernization Fund, and the transformation of heating distribution, here we are using basically funding from the recovery and resilience facility. So these are only few examples how we basically on one side try to combine the sources from different sources, and on the other side also to adopt the initial recovery plan to the new circumstances given and driven by the Russian war against Ukraine, and the urgent need of the whole European continent to focus in the future on increasing energy savings, resilience and energy security, and also the energy efficiency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sikela. It's true that the second panel will be dedicated to the energy sector, so we will discuss much more about energy in the second panel. And thank you for mentioning all the projects and also mentioning the necessary for synergies between funds that are available for the Czech Republic. And that's maybe my question for Céline Gauer. How can we ensure the best synergy between the new tools we have, like the Recovery and the Resilient Facility, and Cohesion Fund, Modernization Fund was mentioned as well. Is it something that is also kind of, you know, that the European Commission is also somehow overviewing or trying to improve in the member states?
Yes, indeed. I think all of this is funding for a possibility to change the economy, and there is a very significant overlap in substance on what can be funded from the one source or the other, and it's also right so, because the challenges are if you take decarbonization, the challenges are so huge that it's very good for a country like Czechia that there are several pots to be tapped in. Then there are two elements to be mindful of. First is that the Recovery and Resilience Facility is the only of those instruments where you can have reforms. And those reforms are meant to benefit not only the implementation of the investment under the Recovery Fund, but also on all of the other ones. If you take, for example, the renewables, you need subsidizing renewables and the rollout of renewable energy sources. You can do from Cohesion, from Modernization Fund, or from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And there is a need for public support with all of these elements. But to do that effectively, you need to change permitting, which is one of the major challenges here in Czechia, and you need, for example, to facilitate the role of the energy communities. And if you do that through a reform in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, it's going to benefit the deployment of all of the other funds. The second element on which we are focusing is a double funding, because of course it's good that you have so many pots you can tap into, but you have to make sure that you will not basically get the same investment paid twice, because that would be a major problem on the good spending of the fund, and then you would lose essentially the funds that are wrongly spent. So that the second element is double funding, and the third and last element is make sure that we don't use public money where you don't have a need to do so. Because it's not that all of these measures have to be fully financed by the state. Take again renewables, there's not a need to pay for the windmills or for the solar panel from the state budget. There is a need to make sure that investors will have the necessary risk coverage or guarantee, so that they can invest their private money and get simply the risking paid by the public. So it's really a combination of allocate the different funding, have a strategic view on the investment, combine it with the necessary reform, use stated rules to make sure that you don't overcompensate the private parties, and avoid double funding at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's true that also here many Czech experts warned that we should not use the recovery money as to fill gaps of the state's budget. So I know that this discussion was also here in the Czech Republic during the preparation phase of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. I have now a question for Mr. Havrda, Deputy Minister from the Czech Government Office. Can you tell us more about challenges that were linked actually with the implementation of the recovery plan here in the Czech Republic? What were the main obstacles that the Czech state public had to face during the preparation and implementation phase, please?
Right, thank you very much for this question. Let me start a little bit more general. The plan was approved by the previous government, and at the same time the plan was approved and signed very quickly. We were among the first member states who actually finished their plans. And as it was mentioned, the plans are performance-based, so they actually require lots of effort to clearly specify the targets and the milestones and the performance actually which you're going to achieve, and for which you will be going to be reimbursed in that contract Céline mentioned, which the country, with the member state has with the rest of the union. So this is very demanding. And the structure of the plan is very complex. So this is the first thing. So too complex, and probably if it was this government, we would have much simpler plan at the first place. What it took us was that the capacity to implement needed to focus on so-called operation arrangement, which actually puts together the nitty-gritty detail about what will be delivered. So we spent about 3/4 of the last year, us and colleagues in the Commission, actually putting together the operation arrangement. So this is at the administrative level. So and this capacity, of course, was taken from the implementation of the plan on the ground. But much more important two sources of challenges are unprecedented inflation and disruption of the supply chains. And this is very clear when we do now the screening of the developments and the progress on different milestones. These are clear challenges. Just to give you one example from the area of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs regarding the community-based residential facilities for the elderly. And the plan was to have 288. It was based on the costing, which was done back in 2001, in early 2001. 2021. And today we could build only 202 of these facilities. So we basically 1/3 down. On the other calculations, we see that the cubic meter is basically much more expensive to be built today than it was in 2021. It's about 47% based on for certain types of infrastructure. So this is huge. The inflation pressure is huge. The second is the disruption of supply chains, where you just don't have certain things. Everybody knows about the chips, but it's not just about the chips. It's about different components which you need in order to digitize, which you need in order to build the infrastructure. So this causes delays, and both together combined actually create a huge problem, because the rules are very strict. There is very little flexibility on the side of the changes of the approved plan. So this will now demand capacity actually to argue all these objectively trackable reasons for delays and for increased prices, and then in turn for decreased milestones. So this will be now taking the work of colleagues at the different ministries, colleagues at the Ministry of Industry, and of course in the Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Havrda. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Niedermayer, member of the European Parliament. A lot has been said already about the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan. How do you assess the plan itself and its implementation here in the Czech Republic? Do you think that it really matches the need of the Czech economy and the Czech Republic as a whole?
Thank you for inviting me here. For me it's a little bit difficult to comment the Czech program, because this is not in the center of my attention. But I guess the problems that we are facing, and Mr. Havrda talked about it quite clearly, are not different than are faced by the others. And let me now, obviously I cannot speak on behalf of Parliament, but let me combine my quite a knowledge of RRF, because I was very much involved also with a little bit of economy. We should not forget that the RRF and Next Gen EU was created at the moment when we were just emerging from COVID crisis. And there was a very strong concern that economy will be in very bad shape, that we will face stagnation, if not the recession. This is what all economists thought, this is what Commission thought, this is what we were convinced, this is what businesses told us. So that's why we put together this program, to make sure that across the EU there will be fiscal support for the recovery, and at the same time we will do modernization of the economy. Economy was very different than we expect. Actually, economy is overheated. We are facing big problems with inflation, and now it would turn to no one's mind that we should boost the demand now, because this is obviously what makes inflation even worse. But nevertheless, in the meantime, I guess we put together the program that is quite innovative. And it combined the desire of member states to support the economy fiscally, and at the same time strong desire, especially in European Parliament, to boost reform. I would only slightly disagree with Céline, because the member states should do necessary reforms without any support of RRF or of anything else, because this is for their good and for good of their citizens, but the reality is different. So that's why we were very lucky, very happy that the Commission came with such a structure, and we approved such a structure that combined together the reforms and the investment. Money demanded strongly by the governments, and reforms demanded by Commission, by Parliament, and by the others. So this is a good part of the story. And I would say that sometimes we are a little bit concerned that EU money are granted to the member states. I don't want to say money for nothing, but sometimes money for almost nothing. So now we moved from money for nothing to money for something, and this is a big move. But unfortunately there are side effects, because the government structure is so complicated that, as Mr. Havarda said, there is limited flexibility. And this is natural, because the conditions are strong. Conditions for reform, conditions for delivering of the programs, and so that means we lack the flexibility. And then the war kick in. So unfortunately now, obviously, we would need to spend money for something different. But we don't have this flexibility. And this is what we should have in mind. And I hope the member states, and Czech Republic especially, because this is my country, will do all the best to use existing flexibility to boost the projects that are now really badly needed, because the priorities are different. I understand that we cannot work it out, because to work it again and change it, because the structure, for good reason, is so complex, but still we should really speed up these investments that have the highest value. And the second, you know that in Brussels, and I hope in the capitals, there is also discussion about putting together another fund. So let me say just two things. One, and probably only one big disappointment with RRF is that member states were very happy to agree, and this was fantastic. This was really great achievement, but they were not willing to agree how to repay, and this is not the way how to go forward. So I guess if we think about something different, something new, we really must make sure that we know how to repay. And the second, and I guess Céline very rightly talked about it, and this is Inflation Reduction Act. And this gives us a little bit of mirror. And you know, it's interesting, because we are now very concerned that Americans with much less money will deliver much more than we. And this is, I guess, a very good kickoff of the discussion that we should have. So if we were able to move from money for almost nothing to money for something, we must now move from money for something to value for money. And this is where we are not. Obviously, within the EU structure, and this is what hurt us, because we had also elections in the meantime, it's difficult to create the flexibility. But unless we have more flexibility, unless we focus on programs that deliver, we will not be able to compete sufficiently in this global world. And this is something that we can't afford. So I guess I didn't answer exactly your question. I guess we should reprioritize. There is the possibility to speed up things that have the highest value, but we also should somehow think what member states are demanding from the Commission, and if they get it, if the result is as good as we accept. Again, RRF, very good move forward. Fascinating how quickly we were able to agree, but we should do better if there is a next time. And probably we need some next time to protect our competitiveness and make sure that we are one of the winners of transformation, necessary transformation of economy, and not the losers.
Thank you very much. I think that Mr. Sikel would like to react, and also Ms. Gauer. So please, Mr.
I don't know if this is a good idea, because I could not agree more. This is not a coincidence that sometimes, if I need an advice, I'm usually calling, for example, Luděk. Yes, the plan was prepared from completely different situation. And this is maybe the problem we have to have. For example, in the reality of Czech Republic, and I was happy to hear that some of the other countries are already implementing, and I'm using, Céline, your words, far-reaching projects. So what was handed over to me was amount of close to 200 million with 244 components. So if you divide 200 through 244, you might create your view how far-reaching can be an impact of 244 components. And this is the problem we have. Usually when you have a plan, it's always good to have a plan. You have to think about the portion of the strategic planning and of the deliberate planning. I'm always saying it's good to have a plan because at least you know what you differ from. What is extremely needed is to have the certain level of prudency, especially on the very beginning, to basically approve, especially the value, the project with a value added, the value for money. In the implementation phase, you, in opposite, need to have the implement now, perfect tomorrow approach, because, and to the ability to decide about the materiality. What's are basically the things where you differ and how material they are. It is basically a material change of the target or immaterial, and I understand the level of the prudency. On the other side, we have to take into consideration that we are living in very special times, which requests a certain level of flexibility. Yeah, and the Inflation Reduction Act is on the European side one of the most discussed issue, and is seen as a basically protectionism and something where basically US will or might dramatically hurt some European investments because they will be able to attract them from Europe abroad. On the other side, we have to see from a different corner, and this is basically what Luděk mentioned. It's basically, of course, subsidies and US. In the past, two words which were not extremely fitting together, but this is the new reality, and they also want to speed up, especially in the area of the carbon neutral green and climate neutral projects. So this is one of the ways how they do it, and this is extremely important how the money will be used, and there are also certain elements we might learn from. So what I'm calling now is the certain level of understanding that the plan and basically the parameters were prepared under different circumstances, and I'm extremely happy that on one side the Commission is keeping the certain level of prudency. On the other side, I'm also happy that we are always able to discuss the detail and to find a common solution in the case that basically some of the elements might be outdated and there is a need to adjust them.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gauer, a lot has been said about the need for flexibility, for the need of understanding that we are facing different economic reality. How would you react on that?
Yeah, no, thank you. Well, first one word on the reforms, because you said, Mr. Niedermayer, reform have to be done, and member states should do them because they're needed, not because they're paid for it. In principle, I agree, but I think if you look at the reforms that we see in all of the plans, they're coming from the recommendations that were made year after year in the European semester. And if you look how successful the implementation under the European semester was, I think it was not. It was just not. I think less than half of them was followed up. Although everyone, including the member states, realized it is the thing that we should be doing. But labor market reform, pension reform, tax reform, these are difficult things to do. So therefore they were not done. The good thing about having the reforms in the plan and also combined with those investments is that now they're getting done and they're getting done on time. So that is, for me, the real added value. So we're not really paying for them because there's no cost attached to reform. It's more that basically the plan gives the impetus and the urge to do them by the member states. We're actually giving a bit of a nudge and a bit of a help to the member states for doing what they always wanted to do. On the flexibility, first to come back on Marek's point on inflation. It is, of course, inflation has been much higher than was expected at the outset, and it is something we are aware of and we can take into account. For the case that was depicted here, where simply the cost of a unit of renovation or of building has increased so dramatically that the target cannot be met, it is something that can be revised under the plan, on which basically it's not a huge administrative burden. It's simply showing that the costs have increased, showing that the target could no longer be met at the same level, and then agreeing on the reduced ambition of the target. So that is possible. That is also possible for disruption in supply chains, because let's be realistic, if it cannot be done, it cannot be done. So that's for that part of the flexibility. For the other part of the flexibility, which is called for on adjusting to new priorities. So first, let's see, what are those new priorities stemming from the war and from the Inflation Reduction Act? This is, for the war, it's essentially decarbonization, moving away from fossil fuel, investing more in energy efficiency to fight also energy poverty, and developing renewable energy sources. All of this is in the plan, in the Czech plan, in actually all the national recovery and resilience plan. So here, actually, the plan is already addressing those challenges. Inflation Reduction Act, what is it? It's support to industry for decarbonizing. It's already a little bit in this plan. It's much more in some others. And the good news is that we have additional resources that can be deployed precisely to tackle those elements. So it's not, and if you look at the plan as it is today, what is it you would want to take away? Certainly not the measures on modernization of district heating, as was referred to, because they're critical also here. Again, not the measure on decarbonization of transport, none of those. So basically the plan is already a response, an insufficient response, because we need more, because it's an even bigger challenge, but then come the additional resources that can be deployed to address these challenges. So I think we have the flexibility. The only challenge we have together is to do it fast, because we have essentially until the summer to agree on the revised plan and to have the Council endorsing this revised plan, and then we need to continue the payment. Then the next payment request during the summer needs to come, and the payment needs to reach Czechia, because the money is needed and it's urgent. So the challenge is time. It's not the lack of flexibility.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gauer. The challenge is time, and I have a question for Mr. Piecha. Are we on time here in the Czech Republic when it comes to implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Plan? Please.
Well, we are on time. Even though we have like 3 months delayed, the first payment we got in the year when was planned, and then we managed to continue with that. If I may add to the discussion, maybe a little bit more technical thing. Well, okay, structural funds. I wouldn't say that's money for nothing, but definitely the Commission here wants to see how we do it. And in RRF, it's really different. It's much better because the Commission wants to see the real results. So there is a simplification. I think with this year and a half, we have learned that this is really a simplification process with the costing and everything. Of course, the inflation came in structural funds. We could solve it. Now we see that we can solve it by going back to the costing and lowering the targets and milestones. That's great, because then it really works and it's simple. But then again, going back to the implementation, and the question here is that we wanted to do it simpler, and the source of the money, the RRF, is simpler. But then we need to simplify the state aid rules, because the state aid rules on the level of implementation are very much crucial. And this is actually the same for structural funds, the same for RRF. And the state aid rules were created years ago, 20, 40, 30 years ago, meaning that the member states are competing between each other and were setting the boundaries that with the state aid they have rules to compete with. And with the change, with the RRF coming in, I would like to emphasize that there is now need to see that the member states are not competing between each other, because they are putting all together the money for helping each other. And the change in the state aid rules should be the simplicity to make it simpler, because then we are not really competing between each other. We are competing with the US and other countries. So we need much simpler rules on the level of implementation.
Mm-hmm. I see that Mr. Niedermayer would like to react on what has been said already.
Yeah. No, just very quickly. We should reanalyze what Americans did and what we don't like and what should be inspiration. So the first thing that is obvious, that if someone takes protectionistic measures and if it's friend of us, we should negotiate and find a response. There are different responses, but there must be a response. But concerning state aid rules, we must be really careful. We should be aware of the situation that we are, you are right, on one sphere we are competing globally, but at the same time it's not equal if the jobs from me as the Czech citizen, if jobs are created in Czech or in Slovakia or Austria or in France or Spain. And we should have in mind that, and this is our mistake partly, the different countries have different fiscal space. And if you relax the state aid rules substantially, there will not be investments here. There will be investments elsewhere, because the other countries have a huge fiscal space to support the investments, but we don't have it, and in foreseeable future we will not have it. So here I would be careful. I fully agree that we should consider if there should be some implications for state aid from Inflation Reduction Act, from what we learned, and etc. But we should have in mind that most of the things that are done under state aid rules even don't need a notification, because they are covered by the bloc's exemptions. And I would really think twice if we want to extend it substantially, because both dimensions, that mean our competitiveness globally, but also the allocation of investment within the EU, is a relevant factor. So that's only what I want to say to that.
Thank you, Mr. Piecha. Your
well,
reaction.
I do agree with you completely, but I was rather speaking about the simplifying the process, which actually, if you simplify the process, you don't need to give as much aid as you do when it's very big administrative burden. For example, supporting the electric vehicle by state aid rules is that you take a car with the combustion engine, you compare it with the electric model, you subtract those two figures, you calculate the difference, and then you calculate the aid, which can be 100% or which can be 70%. You know how difficult this is? Now, this is the only possibility how to support the electric car generally, because there is no really special rule for that. It goes back from the energy savings when you do it on the big houses. Of course, there's a de minimis, but the companies are out of it.
Thank you. Before we pass the floor there, I would like to now ask Ms. Kuchtova, because we are talking a lot about competitiveness, about the Inflation Reduction Act. So these are huge challenges for the businesses, and businesses has to deal with the situation. So how the plan actually helps the businesses right now? How can you assess the situation?
First, let me thank you for inviting me to this interesting debate. Let me give some remarks from the ground. Of course, we welcome very much this plan, and from the very beginning we are involved in the preparation. So our main focus was on competitiveness and also future resilience, which was not the case in the very beginning, but that's the matter of the previous government. We have been tackling, our companies, some problems regarding delays in implementation and evaluation, but I have to convey and thank Ministry of Industry and Trade that it has been improved in the last months considerably. I am really happy that Minister Beck mentioned here a kind of flexibility of this program, because as several times mentioned today, it was prepared in the post-COVID time, and we would very much like that it's tackling much more the current situation, where of course it's clear that the biggest challenges for companies are high prices of electricity and heat and gas. So we would very much welcome if during the changes that are going to be done in this program, it's focused also on energy savings in business or industrial decarbonization, and also, which we consider very important, is support of applied industrial research, where we do not see enough funding in this program. Also, the projects of digitization, some of them are lagging behind, so we do hope it will be considered in the changes. And also there are some projects which are far behind the original schedule or have not yet been launched at all. For instance, Clean Mobility for Entrepreneurs, or Platform for SME Management Education, and also what we consider very important, reskilling and upskilling for employees. We don't know, to be frank, if it's possible, but we think it should be really very good to extend the implementation time, because it was mentioned today that it must be fast, but we are afraid if it's really realistic. So if we can recommend on which priorities to focus, doing some changes in this program, for instance, the energy measures, that is energy security, energy stability for companies, as mentioned, applied research, and also concerning the Russian aggression in Ukraine, also things like cyber security, and all these things related to this. Also, we would very much welcome some topics that are not tackled yet, which is, for instance, hydrogen production and distribution, or biomethane, or also adaptation of the current gas system in the Czech Republic to be compatible with the renewable gases. So that's in brief what we recommend, and let me thank you, all the actors, Commission, and also ministries for helping. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kuchtova, for your recommendation, speaking on behalf of the Czech business. I would like to also ask Ms. Bohryskova for her recommendations, not only when it comes to topics, to investments, but also we already discussed that the process of creating and implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Plan has to be inclusive, has to involve many people. So how the state can take, for example, organizations more on board, have their say in the plan itself. Please, Ms. Vohryskova.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me for this panel. So a lot has been said here about economic performance, and I feel that it would be also good to talk about the social aspect of the recovery and resilience. And I believe that the role of the civic society organizations is crucial in this, and we have seen this not just during the COVID pandemic, but also during the refugee crisis, or let's say the Russian aggression and the whatever came after that for Czech Republic in terms of social and energy and other problems. So speaking about how much the civic sector was on board during the preparation of the plan, I think I can split this up into two questions. One is, was there initiative on the side of the civic sector? Was there lobbying? Was there advocacy about the recovery plan? Yes, there has been a lot of talks. There has been a great involvement of the civic sector, and I do have to say that many proposals and concepts were included even in the first draft of the plan. But this was, it has to be said, mainly because of the initiative of the civic sector and the effort it has created to get some of its ideas into the plan. And so this dialogue is happening. This dialogue is bringing some valuable inputs, I think. What is missing a little bit, I think, is that has this been a transparent participatory process? I wouldn't say so. This is not so much the flaw of the Czech state in particular. I think this is somehow a little bit embedded in the plan itself, which, unlike the cohesion fund, did not come with a structure that would say how the participation should take place. But I believe that this can still be added. This can still happen for us because the dialogue has been set up, and it's I think, valuable. So we are bringing a proposal. We have created a proposal how this participation can have a more transparent and more structural form, let's say. And as for the proposals, what I see as important, or what we see as important, we have created a set of recommendations and proposals for investments and reforms that should be part of this new race in the recovery plan. I see a very important role of targeting the most socially vulnerable in the energy poverty and the housing poverty. So if we are talking about the motivational aspect of the recovery plan, I do see a great chance here to work on the Affordable Housing Act, which has been a long story for the Czech Republic, and to have investments in passive or renewable energy sufficient low-income housing. I do see a very important role of community energy, which really would help us to also jumpstart. And I think the measures and the ambitions, the targets that the ministries have set up are not ambitious enough yet, so they could be more ambitious in the new version of the plan. And thirdly, we have a very successful green to the savings program, which is targeting, the insulation and renewables for private housing, and there are many things that could be improved there, and the allocations could be much larger. And we really need to make sure that the investments and that the subsidies also do target the low-income households. And this is something that is starting. We have the green to the savings light, and this can go much, much further. The ambitions can be much higher. So I think there's a good space here to really do a change. And this is also a way to secure that the recovery and resilience plan really reaches the individual citizens, and it goes to the end user. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Havrda for a reaction.
Thank you very much, Aneta. I wanted already to get into the discussion on the Inflation Reduction Act, but we have moved, and I think it's good that we moved further. Well, first let me mention a few words on flexibility, and then I will get to what has been said from the side of the stakeholders. Let's be honest, we have very limited flexibility on the existing plan. So there is just this basically objective reason, inflation, very clearly evidenced in concrete cases. The same goes for the delays caused by the disruption of the supply chain. Again, very clear evidence. This is the flexibility which we have in the existing. We basically have zero flexibility for any other changes. Where we have the flexibility, where the current government can really try to put the things which are the priority of the government forward is the new money. And not only the update and the REPower, but as well the loan. And listening to what has been said, exactly these types of investments are being considered now and being elaborated by line ministries with the support of the Ministry of Industry and with the support of the Office of the Government. Energy savings, R&D, clean mobility, cybersecurity, digital transformation, hydrogen, housing and access of the low-income groups to energy savings and energy efficiency are among crucial aspects which are being considered and further elaborated. Let me say a few words on the connection between the reforms and the investment, and I think this is actually the best part. One is a little bit performance based, as Luděk Niedermayer was mentioning. So we have something for the money, but it goes further. It's not only that we get the investment and performance on the investment. We have performance on reforms, and many reforms in this country are overdue. And one was just mentioned, housing reform and affordable housing, and many of these been constantly for very long time, not only in the country-specific recommendations in the framework of the European semester, but as well in the OECD reports, and basically acknowledged by many actors, but just the things are not moving. And connecting the reforms with the investment is a great positive nudge to move ahead. And there's one more aspect which was not really mentioned too much. Luděk mentioned it a bit. These are the fiscal constraints. The fiscal constraints in this country are huge. The major challenge is the stabilization of the public budgets. So new money is really important. That kind of impetus, positive impetus with the new money is really important. So let's connect really the reforms which need to be done. Major one is in the area of energy, and I know you will discuss this in the next panel, but basically we are 10 years overdue with the reforms in this country. So we really need to speed up, and we are working on this.
Thank you. Ms. Gauer, would you like to react? There are many even recommendations what should be done. So which of these recommendations are possible to do in practice, please?
Thanks a lot. I'll just pick up on three. So first, to go back on the state aid debate, I think it was an interesting debate because it really shows all the trade-offs we have. We need state aid to avoid the race to subsidies that will deplete state budgets and simply create the wrong competition between member states instead of looking at it globally. But as Marianne was saying as well, we need simplification. So the Commission has made huge simplifications. I think as Mr. Niedermayer recalled, 90% of the state aid today is block exempted, so it is a massive simplification. But we are also simplifying further in the current context and to try and help, in particular, the green transition. So any additional suggestion for simplification, please urgently share them, because this is the moment to do so. We want it simple. We think it's important, also important to limit the public spending and let the private funding come, but really happy to simplify further and make sure that we can then be much faster. Second, on the very good recommendation of extending the timing of the recovery and resilience facility, I think I'd be delighted if it was possible, because it is putting pressure on the member states and on the Commission. It's not possible. So let's not dream about it. What it would take for going beyond 2026 is essentially a review of the own resources decision, which is the basis we're using to borrow the money to fund these plans, and that would require unanimity of the member states and ratification by most national parliaments. At the moment, it's not something that we can see happening. So let's not bank on that. It's not possible. And the third one I would like to pick on is energy poverty, I think, and all what you said about the affordable housing reform and the need to make sure that that energy efficiency is going to everyone, in particular to the low-income households, because we know this is where it is the toughest, because simply the cost of the renovation cannot be advanced so easily by the people living in the houses. I think this is something that we also very much want to have an emphasis on. It is even explicitly mentioned in REPowerEU as an objective, the fight against energy poverty. And if you look at how can that be done with investments, it's essentially energy efficiency and renewables, small-scale renewables. On energy communities, very grateful for the feedback and also for the detailed suggestions. It is really important also for the acceptability of renewable energy sources in the member states. So we are very strong supporters of that, and we welcome very much all what we heard so far on the ideas at the beginning of the government, then to have this at the core of the new investments for the new grants and the new loans. This is really where we think we should have an emphasis, as well as on decarbonization of transport. So Czechia is one of the countries that performs the less well or the worse in terms of clean mobility, both for public transport, and that also goes back to the affordable mobility. So on transport and on urban transport, public transport, railway, and individual transport, both for households and for business. So this takes investments, clear, but this is also taking reforms, and reforms that are not necessarily very popular, including reforms on the incentives that you can give to move to zero emission mobility, but also some positive measures like single ticketing across transport mode. So all of this type of reform combined with investment, as Marek recalled, is the strongest element of the facility. We look very much forward to discussing with the authorities, with the members of parliament, but also with civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hint from Mr. Havrda that he would like to react probably on what was said.
Maybe just one comment on reforms. We have concluded the first part, and we were able to submit the first payment because we also managed to fulfill the milestones and targets related to corruption. And someone who worked on and supported the anti-corruption efforts in this country, I was very glad how much we actually sped up the efforts, including the register of the beneficial owners. So it works. I just wanted to say it does work. The approach does deliver, and it's now on us really to put together very quickly the reforms and investment. The major bottlenecks are the time. So we very much time constrained, and we discussed with Céline yesterday. It's not till the end of the summer. It is much earlier for us to actually put the things together. It's the end of March, basically. And we will work on the timetable which would be feasible for the others. The other is, of course, the deadline, the 2026. And for that, we're really looking very much in detail for the financial instruments and how to use the financial instruments, especially those which will be repaid later on, and take the advantage of the loan for the financial instruments. So this would allow us to in a way extend the real ground implementation period.
Thank you very much. I will now pick up a question from SLIDO, so maybe backstage team can show us the questions, because some of them we already answered during the discussion. There is, I think, interesting question related to business, and the question is that a lot of projects are focused on implementation of technologies, but it's not clear how we will support Czech companies to produce and export those technologies. So maybe Mr. Piecha would like to react, or Mr. Minister now sees the question clearly. How to help companies to deliver and to be able to produce those technologies. Mr. Sikel.
Well, I think that there are different ways how to support the companies to invent new technologies, and everything starts with the education and science and research. This is one of the major things where we have to focus on, because the knowledge-driven and digital-driven economy requires also a certain pool of people which are able to deal with the new challenges. I just returned from Davos. I spent 4 days or 3 full days in Davos, where I was discussing basically with my ministerial colleagues the current challenges, but also with major investors to the Czech Republic, how they perceive Czech Republic, how they perceive the future of Czech Republic, what we can improve in order to be still not only like a investor-centric country, but even how to reform the economy and the energy sector. It seems to be that image-wise we do not have a problem, because all the major investors are telling us we would like to extend our presence in your country. It is not as cheap as in other countries of former CE bloc, but you have extremely skilled people, and you are also always able to deliver the necessary level of the know-how and knowledge when it comes to engineers, when it comes to basically skilled people. But this is something what doesn't help to local companies. So one of the ways, as I said, is to help them with good quality of education and science and research. This is one of the area we have to focus on, and where we can also decide to spend a certain level of money. The second way is basically to define the priority areas where we want to support investments. And I am always ready to support the smart investments rather than to support operational things, because investments have like a long impact and do not support the inflation, and usually you can get through smart investments the money back. The next way is basically to combine the effort. Simply, when it comes to foreign investments, to ask for like a know-how sharing and the participation. This is the aim we have with certain projects in the area of, let's say, e-mobility and production of the batteries. This is basically the aim we have in the area of new nuclear resources, where we want to create a new level of know-how, where the Czech economy will play a major part, and then will be exported to the third markets, because we do not want to have projects where we basically pay for locally to a supplier, and the supplier creates only like a new know-how on our coast, and then he exports alone to a third party. So we want to be a part of the game. So this is if you want, a next layer. And of course the final layer is to help the companies to enter new markets. And we said that this year, and this is our promise to the Chamber of Commerce, and also to the Confederation of Industry and Transportation, that we will create a new export policy. We will create a new tools in order to support our companies on the new markets, not only by opening a new Czech trade offices, but also by like economic diplomacy supports to have basically the missions of the government members together with companies which want to invest or which want to sell on the third markets, because there is a right time to do so, because due to the Russian war in Ukraine and due to the still ongoing impacts of the COVID, there is a certain process of rebuilding of the world economy. The focus is not only now on, I would say, just-in-time deliveries and the efficiency and lower prices, but there is a increased demand for security of deliveries. So you have basically seek for the new, more reliable partners, and this is the new opportunity not only for our companies on the new markets, but also for emerging countries in order to catch up and to also, which is extremely important to keep the economic balance in the world, simply to become a part of the game. Yeah, so there is a plenty of measures. We are in a close touch with the Confederation and also with the Chamber, and we will discuss what will be the best way to help them. We have in the pipeline the trip to Vietnam and to Malaysia. Next, what will follow will be US, focused on really new technologies, digital IT, and as I said, time-wise, this is a very right moment, because what we see is a new economic world order after the and we have to understand the size of the impact. We are talking about the European economy with 450 million inhabitants and GDP of close to 15 trillion euro, which is basically in the economic war of economy which represents only 145 million people, but has a significantly lower GDP, is below, it's on the level or even below Italy. However, was the biggest exporter, of the raw materials and the fossil fuels worldwide. And this portion of the business will be newly redistributed. The European companies are withdrawing their activities from Russia, and this process is irrevocable. And basically are reducing the dependency on this fossil fuels and raw materials from Russia. The size of the business which will be redistributed is tremendous, and we have to be part of the story, because it might be this is a great opportunity and it can be a big success.
Thank you. And follow-up question for Mr. Piecha. Minister just mentioned this problem of moving the processes outside Europe. Do you think that the plan, the Recovery Resilience Plan, can help us to tackle these issues that were mentioned? First, Mr. Piecha, then Mr. Niedermayer.
Well, we will discuss. Well, we are coming with the plan, as Minister said, and Mr. Minister said everything that should be put in a plan, because it starts with support of R&D, which is there, and it goes up to the export strategy, which is not there yet. but we are in the preparation of the expert strategy, so it's up to the discussion how to put it in the plan, because we do it anyway.
Mr. Niedermayer and then Ms. Gauer.
Just some general comments. I must say that I'm very concerned, not so much about competitiveness of EU economy, but competitiveness of Czech economy, because some advantages that we used to have are basically faded away, and we will face new advantages. The fact how we badly neglected development of the energy sector means, for example, that our businesses will probably systematically pay a higher price for electricity in future, and this is only one example. Also, I'm concerned that a lot of rules in Czech were set to be acceptable for large businesses, but incredibly difficult for small businesses. Everything takes too long time and it's too difficult. You know, just one example, I guess ČEZ, our big power company, has completed or agreed on project of wind farms somewhere. Now they have agreement and everything is prepared, and in the media they said it will take them 7 years before it will start to operate. It's something just incredible. So we should really try to reduce the red tapes and also focus on simplicity of business for small and medium enterprises. You know, there is exemption. IT sector is doing very well, but I guess this is exemption. And we also should look how we are spending money. You know, R&D sounds fantastic, but we are, I guess, financing a lot of R&D that doesn't deliver anything, you know. I was shocked to read that in Czech Republic, if I'm not wrong, there is 5 or 6 projects of small nuclear reactors going on. I guess most of, if not all of them, with government subsidies. Does anyone really believe that at the market that is highly questionable and where there are big players that are now almost ready to start to build, that we can develop our one? You know, I have questions, but if you have doubts here, for example, I don't think that energy efficiency of railroad buildings that will be financed through RRF will enhance our transportation system, for example. I also have doubts if the priority of our individual transportation is increase the speed of on the highway, but this is different topic. But the way how we spend it money, and this is last comment I want to make can be illustrated by article that I have just recently said when one of our local international airports said that they have very good year because they have, I guess, 250,000 passengers for a year. Just few tens of kilometers from this airport, there is one airport on Polish side, so I look at their number of passengers. This was 4.5 million, you know. I wonder how much of public money were spent to that airport on Czech side that is proud to say that they have 250,000 passengers a year. So I guess we wasted huge amounts of money, and this must stop. RRF is helping because this is not money for nothing, this is money for something. But unless we really want to lose the competitiveness, we must have money that deliver. And I hope, and this is not production, this was not created in last year or 2 years. This is with us for more than a decade, and we must stop it. We must change somehow. It will be incredibly difficult. Each step is important, like RRF, but this is not the end. We must get much further.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask for a brief comment also, Ms. Gauer.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think what is important from my side is not to look at Czechia as a whole. Czechia is a small, open economy in the middle of Europe. And I fully understand that whether the jobs are created here or on the other side of the border makes a difference for a member of parliament elected by Czech citizens. I get that. But at the same time, the competitiveness of the Czech economy is not going to be built on Czechia only, simply because it is too small. And by the way, it would be under the RRF or under any national program also against EU rules to just try to favor Czech companies against other EU companies. So it has to be an EU approach. But then what can be done to make Czechia a good place to invest, because this is what is possible to do and nice to do. I think available energy, cheap energy is important, and that means, again, renewable and decarbonization. The second thing is skills, that was mentioned. That's reform of the curricula and also focus on digital. And the third one, which is probably the most important, and you alluded to it, is the bureaucratization. I think the red tape the time it takes to get permitting, not only for energy sources, but more generally. So Czech has a record in Europe, probably in the world, on how long it takes to get a permit. So how do you want to make it attractive for business if that is the way it goes? Quality of the public administration. So Minister Beck earlier underlined the problem of administrative capacity. It is essential to have a well-functioning administration to make all of this working. And digitalization of simplification. I think some of the measures on digitalization were mentioned to be late. This is really important to solve, because this is how business then can have a quick one-stop shop, quick solutions, and then good environment to invest. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to first ask for reaction, Ms. Kuchtová, so if you can pass the microphone. Thank you very much. Please, Ms. Kuchtová.
Thank you. Quickly back to the SLIDO question. If there are Czech companies manufacturing new technologies like for renewables and so on, of course R&D and innovation support is the key, and of course education, but this is a bit longer process. But I would like to mention that there are already Czech companies manufacturing really high-tech technologies, so we would like to support them more in a sense mentioned. And regarding your question about the RRF, if it will, let's say, avoid moving of industrial companies to some other countries, it can help, but from our point of view, the most essential are the extreme prices of energy, and of course also things bringing new regulations and new things for companies to fulfill, such like due diligence and all these things. So yes, we do not want to say it's wrong, but we would like also at the same time to say let's do it reasonably. Otherwise, really, we have already some members thinking about moving to US and so on. So this is a very serious question for the future of industry, not only in Czech Republic but in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask for a last and maybe closing comment, Mr. Sikela, please.
Oh, closing comments. I just want very briefly to react what was said now, and when it comes to area we have to focus and we will be focused on, and there was mentioned like SMEs and digital, I think this is a right example. I won't be probably laughed for this statement by big industries, but of course our attention and our support is to go or must go mainly to the small and mid-sized companies, because they are simply more vulnerable. They are the backbone of the economy. They are creating jobs. Their investment multiplicator is much higher, because they usually reinvest their profits in the same region, or if they are basically getting a certain scale, then maybe in the neighbor countries, their access to the bank loans is much more complicated, because they usually have to pledge their private property, their houses, so they risk a lot in order to make their business happen, and therefore, of course, and they do not have the army of like MBA people skilled in digitals and in financing, and then this is usually a family-driven business. So especially in the digital area, we have to prepare a certain across-the-board approach in order to maybe team up with like a big techs and to prepare plug-and-play digital solutions for them to help them to pass the digital transition. And this is one of the ways we have to go. Maybe the comment on basically local and then the European, of course. The Czech Republic is a small and very open economy, and its success is also pretty much linked to the success of the whole European economy. On the other side, as a politician, you have to follow also local needs. The example with the 250,000 departures of the airport is good. Of course, when there is like much more from the economic point of view, like a better airport in the neighborhood, this is fine. But you know, just try to close somewhere something, you will immediately get a very nasty local reaction. And this crisis is about mainly keeping a social contract, not only in Czech Republic, but also within the Europe. The whole Czech presidency has finally become a task in order to ensure enough energy for affordable prices, not only for Czech, but for all European households and businesses, because also the businesses were calling for help and support in order to remain competitive and not to be forced to close basically their operations and to break the social let's say peace. And therefore we need this certain flexibility in order to fix basically the urgent tasks we need without forgetting the narrative, which is the decarbonization, which is the digitalization, which is basically the reform of justice, and which are basically the things we plan. But without doing the short-term hot fixes, we will not be able to keep the social contract. And believe me, then the possible governments which might come might be less pro-European and less like pro-green and pro-climate change supportive as is basically the current status quo in Europe. And this is something, this understanding which help at least basically within the councils to the member states minister to be able to align on the major things, and this is basically the things which might be also understood on the Commission's level.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry, but we have to finish our discussion because we are already running out of time. Thank you very much, dear speakers, for all your contributions, for all your comments, recommendations, and reactions. I enjoyed the discussion very much, and I hope that you enjoyed it as well. I would like to thank a lot also to our audience and invite you for a coffee break, which is served downstairs in the Brown Hall. I hope you will enjoy it also because it was prepared by Kuchařky bez domova, which can be translated as cooks without homes. So yes, now we can enjoy the coffee break, and please come back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and that you are ready to start with the second panel discussion of this event. Let me remind you that this conference is organized by the European Commission and the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic in the premises of the Government Office of the Czech Republic. Now we will discuss one of the very important chapters, one of the most important parts of the recovery and resilience efforts, which is energy. As you know, there were very important developments. We have a new energy and economic reality. We already touched it in the previous panel, so now we will go much more in depth when it comes to energy and the REPowerEU, which was also already mentioned during the first panel. So I would like to ask the speakers of the first panels of the second panel to join me here on the stage. I think that everybody is here. I can see Mr. Hlobil, Mr. Bursík, Mr. Hruda, Mr. Neděla, Mr. Pánek, I know, and Miss Garillo to take seats. Maybe můžu vás jenom pozvat? Okay, thank you very much. Before we start the very panel discussion, we will start with presentations. The presentations will be delivered by Mr. Tomáš Hruda from the Government Office of the Czech Republic, who is responsible for let's say, the resilience and modernization of the Czech economy. Then we will proceed with presentation of Mr. René Neděla, Acting Section Director for Energy at Ministry of Industry and Trade. And then we will proceed with the panel discussion with questions, answers, and so on. So at first, I would like to ask Mr. Hruda to come here and to give us the presentation. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for your introduction, and thank you for your attention. First, in the first couple of slides, I'll try to explain what is actually my role, because for some it might seem slightly, difficult to understand what the goals actually are. But first, I would like to reiterate on what you've said, that conditions have changed with the Russian invasion to Ukraine. Many things have changed, and the idea is to look at what kind of reaction would be the appropriate given all the changes and all the impacts that this particular step had. So essentially So actually what my role is to look like one level above what we normally do when we're part of the ministerial level. Because many of the issues that we are addressing are actually cross-ministerial. And we can't really tackle the key issues unless we all are on the same page. So my perspective is slightly higher. So I'm not just looking at the loan itself, which is the primary objective, but I'm also looking at the broader consequences. In other words, also looking at the other existing schemes or programs that exist. Clearly, there's a huge amount of money and opportunities in the Modernization Fund, European Structural and Investment Funds, etc., etc. There are many instruments that are already there. And what we're looking at is there anything missing in those that in light of the new situation would make sense if we add? And obviously the loan or the update is a great opportunity to do that very thing I've just mentioned. Now explain the logic behind it, okay? So we first look at what are the properties of the resilient and modern economy? How does it look like? How does it behave? How does it manifest itself? And then see what is our status quo? Where are we? What's going on? And we see there are some gaps. So essentially what we did is sort of gap analysis in terms of what kind of support we have, what kind of regulatory framework we have, and is there anything that we could add in order to make it better? So what comes out, what needs to be done, are these reforms and investments. Okay, I hope it makes sense. And that's maybe also the reason why it might not look at the first sight as 100% coherent, simply because we are adding the missing pieces to the already existing puzzle. Okay? Now, the complexity of the whole energy sector is tremendous, as we all know. So we need to have some kind of framework how to address it. What would be the priorities? And the idea is to really look at those areas where the government needs to intervene, whether it likes it or not. So on these axes, you can see is the level of regulation on one hand, and on the other side is the level of complexity. I don't know whether you can show. Does it show? No, it doesn't. But let's imagine like the parts. Imagine you have a place where there's a low level of complexity and there's low level of regulation. There's no need. Why would the government intervene? There's no need to. The market will take care of it, right? But the problem is the energy is far away from that. There are so many factors that come into play which increase the complexity and need to intervene. So the quality of the regulatory framework has a tremendous impact as the overall outcome of the whole energy ecosystem. And those are the areas we would like to focus and put our attention to, because this is where we can really change things with a limited amount of time and energy and whatever resources we might have. So this is the logic based on which we've selected or pre-selected, let's say it's still not obviously approved, it's still being discussed, but this is the logic behind why we are selecting the measures that we are selecting. And also, as you can see, just a couple of examples, modern regulatory framework. That's it. That's the rules of the game. And I think chess, all of you probably have played chess or know how chess is working. You know that some of the figures have different, like strength in that game, right? You have the queen, and you have some other strong figures, and then you might have like figures that don't have that power. But the rules are important. If they were not written correctly, that game would be totally boring and would not work. The reason that it works, it can absorb all strength, like all the figures, regardless of their strength. And this is exactly what we need to achieve in the energy sector. There are big players, there are vulnerable customers, they are all in one place. And we have to make sure that it works at the end of the day for everybody in some reasonable way. So this is the logic behind. Now, how to structure it? It's really not easy to sort of break down all the structures. So I was thinking about explaining it on an example. Imagine we're trying to go somewhere, okay? We have a goal, we take some car or train or whatever, and the government essentially asked me, well, how much fuel shall we take? That's like how much of the loan shall we take and for what shall we use it? Well, in order to do that, we have to clarify a couple of things. First, where do we actually go, right? So first we have to make sure that we know what is the ultimate goal, where do we want to go? The second, it's actually a good idea to know where we are on the road. So what's going on? Are we on the right track or not? Then making sure we have a good car that can actually start once we try and it's actually capable of driving. And the last one, I'll explain later why we have this leverage of potential. Let me go through them one by one. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'll just go through them. The point is getting to the point where all of them actually match, actually all of them are working, and when we achieve that, at least in some reasonable stage, that's where we want to be. If all of these 4 layers overlap in some instance, that's where we need to be. That's where we can sort of, with a clear conscience, say, yeah, this is the money we will borrow, and we know that we're doing the right thing. Oh, sorry. So first, as you know, we have many different strategies, actually quite a few in this country, and we have to make sure that we sort of make a sense of it. So we have this sort of clear and shared vision. I think there are some questions which are not questioned. That's like reduction of our dependency on Russia. I mean, no matter what the cost is, we need to do it, and that's clear and obvious. But then there's some other ones which actually need to clarify the priorities, such as the climate change or let's say adaptation, climate change adaptation or the nature protection of the nature. Both interests are totally legitimate, but they're not always overlapping. So we have to sometimes take some very tough decisions. For example, the independence of production. Well, in some instances, we probably won't be that competitive in terms of price of our electricity. Now, what do we sacrifice more? Is it like our independence? Or is it so that we import more of the energy, which is cheaper? Or do we pay some extra price for being independent? Those are very legitimate questions that need to be answered. So this is actually the kind of like a box that we have to address, so that out of this sort of mess of strategies we get into something coherent and something that shows us the direction. And then there's a great opportunity. There's now the National Energy and Climate Plan is being prepared. So there's a great opportunity. We have to do it anyway, so let's do it properly. That's the whole idea. So let's use these instruments we have. Let's clarify what we want, let's stand behind it, and then assume that it's not a piece of paper, but something that we really do follow, and we actually build the instruments around it. The next one, we know what we're doing. This is extremely important. Given the complexity of the energy sector that I've already mentioned, it's really, I think it's no longer possible just, you know, to gather smart people in a room and make a decision. I think these times are over. These times are just over. There's just so much data and, you know, factors are playing a role in it that we just need to really fundamentally change that approach. And we have to look at real analytical background whenever a sort of major decision is being taken. So we need to strengthen the capacity in modeling and analytics. Just to give you an example, okay, it's pretty obvious that with the increased number of or share of renewables on our energy mix, we'll be facing situations where the prices of electricity will be very low, simply because there'll be, at a certain point of time, there'll be like excessive production of electricity. Now, everybody's affected by that. Now, how do we tackle it? Do we buy batteries, or do we moderate consumption or production? Those are different players, but we have to somehow figure out how to do it fairly so that the whole ecosystem works. And if we do it well, everybody benefits. But this is not something that one and single of the players can actually achieve on their own. So just to show you that why we need a sort of strategic analytical background. Another point is, I see it as a way to show that the government knows what it's doing and gain trust. I think it's absolutely critical. And I think there's a very nice analogy, actually, with the central bank. You know, when you have a good central bank, which does have a credit within the society, all you have to do that, you know, let's say the governor would raise his or her eyebrows, and the investors would react because they know they're serious, they know what they're doing, right? Whereas when you have a central bank which is not taken seriously, has to spend its reserves to achieve anything, it's so much more expensive. What I'm trying to say is that when you have a credible policy that the actors accept, and they accept that we know what we're doing and why we're doing the things that we do, it's so much cheaper. We don't need to spend that much money. We don't need to bribe companies to go and apply for subsidies because they know that we know what we're doing, okay? So that's actually the message from this one, where we know what we're doing. Well, we have loads of data. Now, this slide is here to remind me that the level of responsibility we have. Because if we don't do this right, you know, sooner or later, it will end up in one place and one place only, and those are the, you know, wallets of our people. Because when there are inefficiencies, it's just becoming more expensive. And we're not talking just about something being slightly more expensive. We're talking about the long-term competitiveness of our industry. A great part of our industry is heavy industry, and also the Czech Republic has the highest proportion of industry on the GDP. We are the most vulnerable country when it comes to this in Europe. So we have to take this seriously, and we have to do that properly. Now, the tools, that's the third part, okay? So we can deliver those policies. It's nice to have a goal. It's nice to have well-done analytically, you know, fine-tuned ideas. But the thing is, can we deliver it? That's the car. Does it really start when we need it to start? Well, we have loads of instruments, thanks God for that. One of them will be the loan, and that's why we're trying to put in the missing pieces. As far as I'm concerned, I think there's a real chance of really building a pretty robust car that would work very well. Now, this is actually the current state of affairs. Obviously, this is a moving target, as you know, for obvious reasons. But I think it's fair to show you that obviously we're trying to prefer the regime loan to loan, so that when we borrow the money from the loan, we also use it in the economy as a loan, so that we then can repay it later, and it's not spent. Okay, now that's the last slide, so don't worry, I'm really almost on time, we can leverage our potential. What does that mean? Well, I think when you have a credible policy, I think what it means is that you're also looking into the future. You also know what, not just, you know, you're not solving the actual problem, but you're looking with some reasonable time frame ahead. And in the energy sector, it's absolutely critical. When you look at the, let's say, capital cost of some of those investments is incredible. Because sometimes you locked in investment for 30 years or more with those investments. So those decisions have a long-term impact. And when it comes to resilience, I think that's one thing that's absolutely critical, and that's having a critical mass of smart people who can tackle unexpected. And I think in this sense, I think it's absolutely vital that we bring our research and innovation level to the world standard. And I think it was actually discussed in the previous panel. And one of the ways to do it is to compete with the best. Actually, we are not very good. I mean, the Czech Republic is not really good at, is not that successful in competitive programs. I mean, programs that are outside of the Czech envelope, okay? Now, it's very similar if I was thinking about how to sort of translate it into real life. It's like having a team, some players, whatever it is, who refuse to go to the Olympics. They claim, well, we're good actually, we play very well. But they never go to the Olympics, we never know. Are they good, are they not? They've never played against anybody. We don't know. So the idea is that if we only give money to those who on regular basis bring in medals from the Olympics, we know for sure they are good. And you know what? There's one additional advantage to that. By bringing the medals, they bring the money in. So they're making the system less reliable on the state budget, something we badly need, because we really have only a small fraction of our research is being financed from competitive sources. So we kill, let's say, 2 flies with one go. We gain additional money, and at the same time, we assure high level of quality and competitiveness of our research. So that's something so we can take it like a sort of investment into our future. So that's why we have this sort of last part, which probably doesn't look very urgent, but it is in the long run. So let me go, I'm sorry, I'm 3 minutes behind the dedicated time. And it was very general, obviously, because it was one level above, but I'm very much happy to discuss more details during the panel. And obviously now the work that we are working on together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Trade and obviously Ministry of Environment and other ministries is to make sure that we fill in the gaps I've just mentioned so that the overall picture makes sense and is viable, sustainable, and really brings value, because we are borrowing money and that's an extremely responsible thing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, very thought-provoking, I would say. Let's now continue with the second presentation. So I would like to welcome here also Mr. René Neděla. Mr. René Neděla is Acting Section Director for Energy at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. So please, Mr. Neděla, the floor is yours.
So, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation, and I will try also to be, I would say, short, to use just only my time, which I have. My presentation is, I would say, one step, below, the general view, as my colleague explained it here. That's the first, and second, at the beginning, still we are talking about the decarbonization, digitalization, and decentralization, and the main target, which was, introduced, 5 years, 6 years ago, is still on the table, and we are trying, to improve this target and push it more forward, and it's more and more complex, and this target needs more cooperation of government, resorts, but also with the sector cooperation, which is very necessary. My presentation is about the European plan, and especially I will focus on the reforms, and just only briefly I will touch investment projects. As I said, and also it was already mentioned, 85% of the Europeans, would like, to reduce the dependency on the Russian supplies, and that's also clear, for us, and we are trying, to do as much as possible, to reduce the dependency, and especially Czech Republic, for example, in the gas sector, we were almost fully dependent, on the Russian supplies. Just only 2% of gas is produced, in the Czech Republic, and the rest we are buying from Germany, and most of the molecules in the past were from Russia. Now the gas is going from Norway, some LNG gas, so it is a mix. So this is the first diversification of supplies, and to find another energy suppliers whose will be, stable for Czech Republic. That's the first. Second, energy savings. Still, you know, energy savings, you know, is the main target. Energy efficiency principle first. Still, you know, in Czech Republic in past it was very difficult, you know, to reach the target in Article number 7, but we already 3 and 5 was fine for us. 3 is a little bit complicated. We will see how it will be now in Article number 8, because now Article 7 switch into the Article 8. And the last, renewable energy sources and acceleration. We are, I would say, you know, before the discussion was about, you know, maybe ice hockey players, how we were in the past good, now we are still good, especially young players, and permitting in the Czech Republic, we are very bad. So we need, you know, to try, you know, to find a solution how to speed up it. And we think that we did it already with a combination and cooperation of those sectors and also other research. I have here, you know, 5 reforms. First is, you know, accelerating permitting of renewable energy sources. Second is effective energy sources building permits. Third, you know, energy communities, main topic and very interesting topic in the Czech Republic, sharing the energy, and last is energy data center, because for the new energy, for new market, you will need data collection, and you will need a lot of data real on time, and you will need, you know, to work with them. About the Renewable Energy Acts and Renewable Energy Sources Permitting, not just only Senate but also President signed this legislation already last week. So now will be in this act in operation, and we increase, you know, the limits, you know, for licensing from 10 kilowatts to 50 kilowatt installed capacity. That's the first main, you know, I would say step forward. Second, the bigger energy sources, you know, above one megawatt, will be established in the public interest. You know, we think that this will also help, you know, to speed up, you know, and also if you will negotiate where to build renewable energy sources or not, if you will see that there is any public interest, then we think that the procedure will be shorter. So Lex OZE 1, as we call it, Lex Renewable Energy Sources 1, already in operation. This Lex Renewable Energy Sources Act 1 was a combination of 3 acts: Building Act, Energy Act, and Renewable Energy Sources Act. And as we increase, you know, the capacity to 50 up to 50 kilowatt for licensing, we also, you know, increase this limit in a building act, that you will not need, you know, constructing and zoning approval in some areas. Again, this will help, you know, to speed up and to reduce, you know, the timing which is necessary, you know, for approval. First important point. Second, connections. You know, 80% of connections are to 25 meters. So we put it into the law that for these connections, you will not need, you know, a building permit. Again, main important part of renewables. And as I said, there was also the novel of Renewable Energy Act or Renewable Energy Sources Act, where we put that, you know, some conditions and rules from notification procedure. Another act which is in front of us, and now it's in public consultation, we call it Lex Renewable Energy Sources 2, where we put it, you know, energy communities, renewable energy communities, active customer, sharing the energy, vulnerable customer. You know, most of the issues or most of the topics are already in the legislation. from year 2018 or from 944 from 2020-21. Now, last week we had the roundtable where we spoke, about the energy communities, how to help them for speed up them and how to implement them faster and easier into legislation, and still, keep security of supply on proper level. So this is in front. Of us. Vulnerable customer. We put it there, the definition of the vulnerable customer. We put it there, 3 stages of this customer. First stage is focusing on a medical vulnerability. It means that if the distributor or the trader would like to switch off electricity supply to this customer, he will need to contact him personally, and he will need to help him with the procedure, for example, how to pay the bills. Last very important and very difficult topic is electricity energy data center. I think that we are really we did a huge step from the beginning. We are discussing data center for more than 2 years, and we think that this will be the key point of modern and new energy market, especially as I said, that you will need, to work with the numbers in real time, and you will need, to keep the system balance. Now there is a memorandum of cooperation between of all DSOs in the Czech Republic and also with the TSO. It's in line with this 944 legislation. We signed this memorandum 1st of July 2022, but already I think 1 or 2 years before the discussion started. This data center will go, I would say, in a few ways or steps. At the beginning, final. I would say, that the final finalization will be in 2026, final step. At the beginning, there will be some rules, for DSOs and for TSO, what they should do. Data center, as you can see here, now market operator OTE is the main point of I would say market design, and in the near future, there will be two players on an EDC. There will be like technical datas, and OTE they will still keep the datas for billing procedures, and so. And as you can see, the EDC will be also important for flexibility, for aggregation, to make it in a real time. We already did a lot, as you can see, memorandum and so. Now we are here in this stage that we are talking about the tendering, the documentation, for the energy data center. And as I said, we would like to go in live, on the first quarter 2026. So this was the last reform, and last two sentences from my side. We are also discussing some strategic investment projects. First is to reduce the dependency on the Russian supplies in oil sector. That's the projectile. The discussion is still ongoing. And the last is a discussion about the Stork, and how to connect directly with the Polish LNG terminal. Still, the discussion is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mr. Neděla, for your presentation, for showing us the plans and also the steps that were already made. Now we will move into the discussion. Let me also remind you that you can use the SLIDO application to interact with us. In this panel, we have more time to deliver your questions. And also let me remind you that the questions that were asked during the first panel will be also addressed after this event. So you don't have to be worried that your questions will remain undelivered. So let's now start with the panel discussions. I am very happy that I can welcome here more speakers. Let me now introduce you the speakers that are joining this panel discussion. Mr. Neděla, you already know from the presentation. Here on the right side of Mr. Neděla is sitting Ms. Isabel Grillo, who is Director for Economies of the Member States at the Director General of the Economic and Fiscal Affairs. Financial Affairs, if I'm correct. Next to Ms. Grillo, you can see Mr. Hruda. I don't have to introduce him more because he already delivered his presentation. Let me also welcome here Mr. Martin Bursík, who is the president of the European Renewable Energy Federation, who is representing here the renewable sector, let's say. And I'm also very happy that I can welcome here Mr. Petr Hlobil from the CEE Bankwatch Network. And last but not least, I would like to welcome here Mr. Jan Pánek, who is another representative of the European Commission here. And Mr. Pánek is Director for Nuclear Energy Safety and ITER project in the Directorate General of Energy for Energy. So welcome here. Let me start with first question, and my first question goes to Ms. Grillo. We know that because of what happened, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the new energy and also economic reality, we are adapting the recovery and resilience plan. According to you, what should be the main aim of this, let's say, new chapter of the recovery and resilience plan? I will pass you the microphone. Thank you.
I think what I wanted to use this opportunity to, because I think that Jan is possibly better placed to tackle the issue of the content coming from the Energy Directorate General. And also, of course, we also have heard already in the first panel very clear ideas of how the Recovery and Resilience Plan, together with the REPowerEU, can be used to boost a challenge that was already there, which is the green transition, which is now further, let's say, made more pressing with the need to decrease or eliminate the dependence on Russian energy. So what I wanted to use this opportunity for was to discuss what are the needs to do that. Do we have some kind of estimate of what this means in terms of money, in terms of investment, and also what is out there precisely to respond to these needs? So I think that we all agree that following the pandemic crisis, the situation has somehow become even more pressing in terms of the green transition. We are now in a situation economically where we have high energy prices, still a weak external environment, and we are now seeing also because of the inflation situation, a tighter financing conditions. So this, of course, has some impact also in terms of the perspectives for growth, which are worsened by this situation. And this means that recovery and building up, boosting the resilience of an economy becomes only more important. So the plan itself has even more of a place than it had as a response to the pandemic. Now, if we zoom into this issue of the energy shock and the consequence in terms of energy prices and the need to decrease or eliminate this dependence on Russian energy, it's clear that the REPowerEU is precisely the right answer to these needs, and it's a crucial element in responding to the situation. So the next question is, okay, what do we need in terms of investment? And I'll come back to the reforms. What is the order of magnitude of the investments that would be needed precisely to eliminate this dependence on Russian energy? And we have made some calculations, some estimates, you know, always surrounded by some uncertainty, but this points to something like a need for investments of the order of 300 billion up to 2030. Now, this includes several types of investment. It can be new gas infrastructure, power grid, which of course is very important, energy efficiency, and of course an increased ambition in terms of renewables. Nothing of this is new. It was already present in every RRP plan, and it's something that was very much covered in the previous panel. So of course, once we know more or less how much money is needed, the next question is, do we have it? What is there to respond to these needs? And what I wanted to do now is just give you a very short overview of the different funding sources and let's say their magnitude. Well, starting with the most obvious, which is the RRF, which represents something like 724 billion, of which 338 in the form of grants. I have to say that grants have been much more popular somehow than loans so far. Now, this figure has already been mentioned. So far, we have already disbursed 140 billions of this RRF total amount, basically 2/3 in grants and 1/3 in loans. And what is important is, of course, not all this money is meant to address the green transition. But, as you may know, one of the conditions of the RRF regulation is that at least 37% of these funds have to address the climate green transition. And actually, in general, member states have been more ambitious than these, and on average, more than 40% of the total amount of the plans actually address this challenge. But of course, and we've heard about it already in the morning, with the consequences of the war comes another instrument, and this is REPowerEU. This represents an increase of 20 billion in grants available specifically to address the objectives of REPowerEU. And it has been said also, there are still loans. So there is something like 225 billion still available from the loans of the RRF, which have not been used. In the case of Czechia, the total amount available is 14.3 billion, and the allocation for Czechia in the context of this 20 billion available under REPowerEU is of the order of 682 billion. Now, on top of it, Czechia also actually benefits from a revised allocation under the RRF allocation, which is also of the order of, I think, 630 billion. So there's a lot of money. There's the loans, but there's also with the REPower allocation, with the upward revised allocation, and also with some other funds that I will mention below. There are significant, let's say, amounts to be used with value for money in measures to address the green transition. Now, what else is there? And we have also heard about it in the previous presentations and discussions. There are also other EU funds that can respond to these needs. Of course, the European Regional Development Fund is a big bulk of it. It's for the EU as a whole represents some 226 billion, and 30% of it have to be used to address climate challenges, green transition. There's also the cohesion fund, more modest, but still of the order of 48 billion for the whole, again with a target this time of 37% to be used for this purpose. And then we have heard about it also. There is the modernization fund, more difficult to have a clear size of magnitude because it depends on the carbon price, but it can be something like 40, 48 billion up to 2030. And Czechia is actually the second possible beneficiary of this fund, with something between, I don't know, 12 and 15 billion, depending on the price of carbon, that can be accessed up to 2030 through this fund. And more modest, but very targeted and useful for countries like Czechia, which need to have a significant transition from coal and fossil fuels, the Just Transition Fund, which is a total amount of 17.5 billion. And I have to say that Czechia has already been disbursed under these two funds, each one for the moment of the order of 1.4, 1.6 billion under these cases. But of course, discussion of investment needs and investment funding would not be complete without talking about private investment. So what I've been mentioning here is somehow a public funding and public investment. But we cannot imagine a green transition without the role of the private sector. And this means both private investment and private financing, which means that the investor and the financer may not necessarily be the same, even if both could be private. So let me just maybe mention two tools, two initiatives from the Commission that aim at boosting this role of the private sector. One is through the use of InvestEU. The availability of guarantees, so far we have something like 26 billion euros that can be used as guarantee. You may say it's not that much when you look at the other figures. But the important thing with guarantees is that they have a very strong leverage effect. And the estimates, and they are more or less, I would say conservative, but totally compatible with similar cases. Our estimate is that each euro granted as a guarantee can mobilize 14 euros in terms of private investment. So this now starts to become an important amount. And of course, these guarantees are not all meant to mobilize investment in the area, in the green area, but there is again a minimum 30% that has to be dedicated to this objective. So this is already another more than 100 billion that could be mobilized in terms of investment, this time private. Then there's the issue of the financing itself, the private financing. And here the Commission is developing, or has been developing already since 2018, sustainable finance strategy, precisely to facilitate and to encourage the role of the private sector in financing investment. And then I know that here we're talking about investment, its needs, its funding, but I think it would not be fair to complete this discussion of green transition and the necessary resources without talking about reforms. And I would just like to recall that reforms have actually a threefold role when we are talking about the green transition and about investment in general. One is that by eliminating some bottlenecks, they make more efficient the already existing productive capital. So this already contributes to a better performance. Then, when combined, and this was discussed already in the previous panel, when combined with investments, they magnify the effect of these investments. And we talked in the particular case of green transition, things like permitting, easier permitting, energy communities, go-to areas. All these are reforms that make then the associated investment better, faster, more effective. And of course, they also create the incentives for private investment itself. So they are also, let's say, they also have a leverage effect on the private. So I will stop here, but thank you for the question and very happy to discuss.
Thank you very much for this great overview of all these opportunities that countries like the Czech Republic have. I now have a question for Mr. Pánek, because my previous question was more related to the energy sector, the investments and reforms we need. According to you, what is, the step number one? What is the most important thing that we have to invest in and what we should reform in Europe when it comes to energy sector? Please.
Thank you. I will try to complement or build up on what Isabel already said, because she basically laid out what is available, and now you are asking the question, where should it most suitably go, especially under the repower element of RRF. A lot has been said, not only in the presentations of our Czech colleagues, but also in the previous panel earlier in the morning. So I don't want to repeat a lot of the focal areas or the type of projects that make sense. Let me take a step back and say a few words about the logic of REPowerEU, because I think when we are now looking at the individual projects or actions proposed by the Czech Republic, it will be important to actually assess them against the logic of REPower, and against the context of REPower. So the logic, obviously, of REPower was to respond to the Russian aggression by, first of all, trying to reduce as much as possible energy needs, so efficiency improvements, savings. Then whatever cannot be actually dispensed as energy use, because obviously the safest, most secure energy is the one we actually don't need. But of course we cannot get rid of all the energy. So once we try to minimize our energy needs through energy efficiency savings, etc., we try to green up or clean up the remainder. And only when, and that means moving away from fossil fuels, primarily fossil fuels, obviously, in which we depend on Russia, but I think in general, fossil fuels. And only then, as a third step, we look at diversification. So wherever we cannot actually get rid of fossil fuel needs by either energy efficiency improvements or by greening up or the replacement by low carbon sources, only then we actually look at diversification. I think it's important to have this kind of implicit hierarchy of the objectives of REPowerEU in mind when we look at the individual countries' ambitions. So this is the logic, and then the context, because there is more to the context of REPowerEU than the Russian invasion. There is the whole Green Deal agenda and the ensuing evolutions in the European discourse on climate change. We have an important step that actually has not been mentioned here yet today. We have an important step coming up in climate change fight in Europe. In 2018, on the basis of the governance regulation, member states started to prepare, or were obliged to prepare, the National Energy and Climate Plans, NECPs. A first round of discussions went through, with discussions with the Commission and European level, and some sort of a refinement of these plans. But the regulation also foresees a review or update of these plans, which is due now. This was there always in the regulation, but I think it becomes even more topical now. Actually, the regulation says that they should be reviewed in 2023 or by mid-2024 in consultation with the Commission, where there is a need. Where it would be very difficult to argue that somewhere there in Europe there is not need now when we have the situation we have. So it's evident that we will go through a refinement process of each country's NECPs. This will happen in the context where what was adopted in the last decade, and the end of last decade, as targets for energy efficiency improvements for renewables share Europe-wide, is actually now being spiced up. We had 32% as the original target for 2030 renewables. By Fit for 55, this was raised up to 40%. Now, REPower came in the REPower context. The Commission came with a suggestion that we should aim at 45%, because, as our President says, renewables are the homegrown, most secure source of energy, and they have the benefit of actually contributing to job creation in the economy, etc. So, similarly for energy savings and efficiency targets. So I think it's also in this context that the countries will be looking at their NECPs, not only in the context of the Russian invasion, and it's the NECP revision that should also somehow influence or inform the process of the definition of the projects or actions that will try to spend as much as possible of the money that is being put on table. Because the more we find synergies, and I know this is a bad word, synergy, because everybody uses it, but the more we find, let's say, links between the different policies and objectives at European level, the better and the more successful the process will be. So I think that's one comment that I have not heard being said earlier today, and I wanted to make. And second, we already saw a first sort of teaser of the ideas the government of the country has with respect to the extra actions in order to use the extra money available. In principle, I think when we look at what could be done, we can try to invent, or the country can try to invent new actions. But actually, there is a risk of diminishing returns. A lot of the measures and a lot of the projects or type of initiatives that could be taken have already been taken. Inventing completely new ones, yes, there is scope for it, but you always have to ask yourself, why has this not yet been done? Is it because we didn't have money, or because it was actually not that meaningful in the past? And linking up to what Ludwig Niedermayer said earlier, I think we should make very well sure that the money is being spent actually where it's really needed. So, yes, do introduce new measures, new actions, new types of projects, where they actually evidently have been missing until now because of lack of financing. But you can also gain a lot by looking at what has already worked and scaling it up. And scaling it up either in terms of, or increasing its, let's say, increasing its intensity, either by scaling up the amounts that would be disbursed, or by actually leveling down various thresholds for eligibility. And here I think the Nová zelená úsporám Light is a perfect example, because suddenly it makes home refurbishments or improvements in buildings for energy efficiency accessible to part of population that actually was not that well placed to benefit from the original Nová zelená úsporám. So I think that's an example of measures that actually build on existing, intensify them, scale them up, or level down the thresholds in order to get advantage. And then the third opportunity lies in integrating, linking, and again, I'm trying to desperately avoid the word synergies, linking different existing programs into more coherent action. We have heard about the idea of the data center. We have heard about the different plans to actually increase the penetration of renewables by extending the existing schemes. But there is an opportunity of linking all this together so that through the digitalization of the distribution network and the support to the renewables, we get actually a more intense penetration of renewables, both as entrepreneurial projects, but also with single consumers. And then last but not least, I think we need to look at opportunities to intensify the involvement of consumers, and by consumers I don't mean just individual households, I also mean SMEs or self-employed, in order to make them more active consumers. If we try to solve energy poverty by simply passive measures, by trying to subsidize people's income so that they can afford their invoices, it will help, and maybe it is important in the current situation, which is very unprecedented, but it's even better if we actually make them informed, active consumers, either through making it possible for them to more easily build up own resources, self-consumption, energy communities, as has been mentioned, or more actively manage their energy consumption. And that also is an element that I think should be looked into when the country looks at new investment opportunities. So here a few comments on things that has not been said, because I didn't want to repeat the usual energy efficiency, renewables, infrastructure, etc. And the very last word, because there was a hint at the end of the presentation, in the second presentation by Mr. Neděla, REPower does include or recognizes that the situation with Russia creates an enormous pressure on the use of fossil fuels in a way that cannot be removed just by simply changing them to renewables. There is a continued need for certain use of fossil fuels, at least in the short term, and it's threatened by the dependency on Russia. In this country, it applies not only to oil and gas, not only to gas, but also to oil. So I think there is a provision in the REPowerEU to help also in that direction, but it has a very clear set of strings attached, do no significant harm considerations, and the logic that I mentioned at the very beginning of my intervention, which by now is far too long, and I apologize for that, that diversification of sources of fossil fuels should be only the end point of a triad of reducing, greening up, and then diversifying what is left. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution to this panel discussion. I have now a question for Mr. Bursig, because Mr. Pánek mentioned all the new targets or more ambitious targets that we have. Do you think that, now we are coming to the Czech plan, do you think that the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan is meeting the targets, the new reality that we are currently facing? Please.
Yes, hello everybody. My answer is no, and but that doesn't mean that I'm critical with respect to this fund. But I've been evaluating the whole ecosystem of investment supports to promote a certain share of renewables. So when Mr. Pánek mentioned the REPowerEU, I was following the presentation of the plan online, and so I remember Franz Timmermans talking about the necessity of getting the elephant out of the room, which is the permitting process, your presentation here. And so I think that your ministry, together with other partners, and we're proudly cooperating as a Chamber of Renewable Energies on the legislative as well. I think that so far we managed that the elephant has got the head out of the room, but it still needs more. The second legislation you mentioned, we consider as the act of the year. It's going to be the act of the year. The keyword is energy sharing. We need to understand all the opportunities which the directives offer to member states. It's not just about the two types of energy communities. Just for your information, we've already built the renewable energy community in the city of Prague. We already are having photovoltaics on schools and offered the private owners of households and cooperatives to participate. There are more than 800 being interested in it, so we haven't waited for legislation, did it, let's say, a sort of smart way. But its sharing is also about the instrument of so-called active consumer, or jointly acting active consumers, and this is what's so needed to offer the citizens, that they can produce the electricity at the cottages, and at the same time use the electricity virtually, so that the trader dedicates their production, the electricity which they send to the grid in a 15 minutes interval. It's dedicated from the volume of electricity being delivered to households. This is how households can realize energy savings and cost savings for the electricity. This can work not just within the family, this can work with the grandmother and aunt, and this can work with the baker, which is in the ownership of your father. And so it's I think we need to get rid of the mental barriers we have still and underestimating the role of renewables. Another aspect which I learned out of the presentation of REPowerEU is that it has got, three priorities: energy efficiency, as you mentioned, renewable energy, and then to make a strategic contracts with the countries first to get LNG instead of natural gas from Russia, and later hydrogen, because European highly probably will not be able to produce sufficient volume of green hydrogen, so we need to import it. When you ask about where we are as a Czech Republic, I think that we have a quarter of a century delay. I remember in 1998, I was the first-time Minister for the Environment. We launched the National Support Scheme for Support Renewable and Energy Efficiency. In 2009, we were launching the Green Investment Scheme program, which is still running. And only now we have a government which is really seriously working on it, getting rid of the barriers of the permitting process, and at the same time supporting launching renewable energy. When we look on where we are, so we have our share of renewable energy on gross domestic consumption is 17.3. With respect to electricity, it is 14.3. These are figures for 2021. And if we look on a target of 45%, it's an EU renewable target. So then using this four-factor primes model, asking was the fair burden sharing of the Czech Republic to be on board with this 45%. So it is 35%. That means that what is ahead of us is to double the share of renewable energy by the end of this decade. We know that with respect to the heat, there is almost no potential further. The task for the central heating sector is to transform from coal, because dominant part of a central heating is still running on coal, and the association of each sector is mentally at the level that they are prepared to transform from coal to gas. Natural gas from Russia. But the technologies, the innovations are further on. They can transform into heat pumps. So if you look over there, there is a national theater. They have a photovoltaics at the roof. They have a heat pump. And there is a new project which is now going, it's in a project preparation to put 3 more heat pumps, and then to deliver the heat here where you see the tower of a church. It's St. Anne Church, belong to Václav Havel family. And from there is a collector under the ground which is going to Stavovské Theatre, Don Giovanni, Mozart premiere. And so they can deliver heat and cold there, a very smart and efficient way. We have a project in Prague where we can use the wastewater treatment facility, where the temperature of water is 10 degrees higher in average than the temperature of Vltava River. And we can produce more than 220 megawatts of heat or cold, which is 1/3 of the import of dirty coal heat now being imported to the city of Prague from Mělník, 30 kilometers away. So really what I want to stress is that we do have the technologies, we know them, we have many programs now. Now the initiative of a loan is a very supportive one. I think what is necessary is to make it to simplify it, to a certain level, that it is fair, it's easy, accessible to everybody, mainly to physical persons and to SMEs, because they are in a disadvantage compared with large energy utilities, who it was already told here that they have an advantage. And then I think what is important to understand that the future of energy systems, there are three driving forces of the future energy systems globally, not just in the Czech Republic or Europe. And it is cheap and cheaper wind, cheap and cheaper photovoltaics, and cheap and cheaper batteries. And then the technologies which were power to X, which can help us to storage the excessive electricity we won't use at a certain time. We can use it later when we need it. And digitalization is something which we really need to speed up. The energy data center has to start its operation at the beginning of next year, so that we can really start with the renewable energy communities and active consumers. Because without fast roll-up of smart meters, without energy data center, we cannot run these modern technologies, because then it won't work. We have to be able to follow the production and consumption, also to monitorize it, and to enable electricity and energy sharing. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the assessment of the Czech Recovery Plan, and for mentioning what actually should be done and what should be simplified. I have a similar question for Mr. Hlobil. What, according to you, should be included in the REPowerEU chapter of the Czech Recovery and Resilience Plan, also building on our experience from the preparation of the previous version of the plan, please?
I think everything is there. We have energy efficiency, we have renewables, yeah. We're talking about the smart grids and things like that. But the question is proportion of the things. Yeah? And I will pick up one example. One part of the plan is talking about investing 531 million Czech crowns into the heat system from the nuclear power plant Dukovany to Brno. And you talk about the lock-in effect. This project eventually might cost, the estimates are around 19 billion Czech crowns. If we use a 19 billion Czech crowns for every building owned by Brno, we have a 680,000 for each apartment. And I would say for that we can produce out of each of the apartment low consumption apartments. We will substantially reduce the consumption of each citizen living in those apartments. And that would be a right lock-in effect. If you have a highly efficient apartment, you don't consume more energy because you don't need it. Unless you are stupid and you open the window and throw the heat out of the window, right? And that would be a right lock-in effect. And instead of that, we sort of are trying to lock ourselves to the nuclear power plant, which is already quite old, yeah. And then in the morning we heard about minister talking about a possibility of developing that as some sort of the export for our industry. Come on, if you look globally, who is building nuclear power plants? China, India, South Korea, all of them producing their own nuclear power plants. They probably are not so much interested in the Czech ones. So we need to looking into the global trends, yeah? And the global trends clearly going towards the renewables and energy efficiency. And that's the opportunity also for the Czech industry. We talk about the Czech Republic being heavily dependent on our industries, but that could be also advantage. But we need to stop thinking like in the 20th century. We need to start to thinking about 21st century. How to be part of the transition, not only in the Czech Republic, but on the global level. And I think that's the main challenge of the REPowerEU, to picking up the things that would not be relevant for the next 1 or 2 years, but to pick up the things that will be relevant for the next 20, 30 years. Because that's the opportunity which we can have for the rapid transition inside of the country, but be also part of the development of the new technologies and the participation on the market which is going outside of the country. Because as previous speaker said, we are depending on the collaboration also with other countries and on our export capacity. And I think that's also something which we need to look very much inside of how we do the planning. Because if the energy planning is basically defined by the Czech borders, that's really difficult from the technological point of view to make the country be just sustaining their energy sources completely depending on themselves. But we are in the center of Europe. You know, we can use the hydro in Austria for the peak loads. We can collaborate with Poland, which finally will starting to developing their wind potential. You know, and I think those are opportunities for the Czech Republic. And then one particular issue I would like to highlight. Martin introduced it already by the example from Prague. District heating, it's something which is really, really essential for the Czech Republic. It is one of the most difficult things in the energy sector to tackle, because true renewable district heating needs to look for the local sources. You might have a data centers which producing the waste energy. You might have a glass buildings that in the summer need to have a cooling. So you need to build a seasonal storage. These technologies are available, but they are not in the Czech Republic. You know? And I think is that if we would like to address all the district heating systems which are in most of our towns and actually also in the number of the villages, we need to starting to developing these things very fast, because that's not about the replacing coal source with the same size of gas source. You need to look in each of the city where is the potential for the energy efficiency. You need to look where is the nearest source of the water so you can use the heat pump. You need to look where are the waste energy from the industrial production, data centers and things like that, and then come with an integrated plan. Yeah? That's a real challenge. But I think this is exactly where the grant money should be used. We don't need to subsidize large renewables. They are already profitable. Yeah? We need to look in things which are difficult to make and where the government can make a change.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this contribution. I think that we really went into depth of all the challenges and problems, and very much thanks for all these recommendations that you said. I think now it's time to get some comments and questions from the audience, because I can see on SLIDO that they are very active and they are already asking follow-up questions on things that were already mentioned. I think first we can focus on community energy, which was mentioned by many speakers here. Here's a direct question for Mr. Neděla: when we can expect community energy legislation in force? So please, Mr. Neděla.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I will combine these two questions which are there because they are connected. So first of all, the energy communities in the buildings, you know, or flat of buildings, this is already in operation. Energy Regulatory Authority, you know, published the new legislation which are now is from 1st of January in operation, and you can already share the energy, and there is a lot of conditions and rules which you need, you know, to go in. So I would recommend, you know, to check this legislation because already it is in operation. That's the first, but you cannot use it generally in a whole Czech Republic. It's a little bit difficult topic. And about the Renewable Energy Act, second, as I mentioned, we had already another roundtable. It was on Friday, last Friday, and now we would like, you know, to push it forward. We would like, you know, to have a final document till end of this month, and then we would like, you know, to put it on a governmental meeting, and it will depend on a legislative department of government, if they would like, to go through all groups, or if there will be just only one comment from the government. And we expect that in half of this year.
Thank you very much. If there is no more comments on this question.
If I may have a comment, I don't want to be impatient. I completely understand it needs to be done step by step. But for example, that issue of energy sharing within the apartment houses. So it's possible now, wonderful. But the devil is in the detail. There are two types of energy sharing. Either it's a static model. I mean, we used to it from the 70s or 80s of last century, where if the owner of a house, that was the state at that time, yes, under communism, how to calculate the costs of water or electricity per household. So it was based on a square meters or number of persons in a household. It's not very fair. It's not very motivating to save energy or water, and it's the same here. Now we do have the system which is static. That means that the way within the apartment house, the electricity produced by photovoltaics at the roof can be shared is just based on a static model. But the future is a dynamic model, which means that you can really adapt your behavior and switch on the washing machine or whatever in the middle of a day where there is a production of your own photovoltaics. So, and this is connected with the data centers. So we really need to have it fast so that then we can use a digital advantage and start to have a system which is smart. And I completely, underline what Peter Hlobel said, that we need to stop thinking about the so past energy system, and that we are, as a small country, we are proud of our industry. We are an industrial country and engineers, and that tradition here. But isn't it time to define a new branch of the perspective industry, which is renewable industry? I mean, this is where we really can do much more, and there are many companies which are under our Chamber of Renewable Energies which are producing heat pumps or parts of wind farms or small hydropower plants. Tradition is coming since the First Republic last century. So I think that the state can do a lot. They should be represented at the Ministry for Industry. There should be even a vice minister responsible for that, or some, special envoy. So really, gradually to leave fossil industry nuclear industry and concentrate on renewables and energy efficiency, and then we are going to be competitive not just on the European level but in a world level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Media. Would you like to react? And also, if you can answer, there's a question related to energy tariffs of the future. So if you can react on that as well.
Maybe I will a little bit disagree, because if we will check, where is the location of Czech Republic, I think, that the target that the energy mix will be based on the nuclear, which is low carbon energy source, with a huge increase of renewables, and as a stable fast sources, some gas power plants, and in the future power plants for green gases or biomethane or hydrogen is a combination. I don't think that the just only the good way is just only to go there or there. I think that Czech Republic needs to have a mix of these energy sources. This is the first. Energy efficiency principle. Agree 100%. If you will check, consumption of Czech households compared to the European households, we have a consumption 20% higher than which is average in the Czech Republic. So we have in Europe. So we have here space how to improve it, and we have a lot of space to improve the energy sector, heating district heating sector, I think that there is still stop, and I think that, you know, for example, sharing in a flat of household, it's a good step forward. It's a good step forward. It is, and yes, in the future, big data hub, you know, online data, everything in the mobile, online. Yes, now I would like, you know, I don't know, switch on the washing machine. This will be the future, but still we need, you know, to go step by step, and in mind keep, you know, the security of supply, stability of system, and also with the combination of tariff structure. This is a huge issue. The tariff structure and modernization. You know, 6 years ago we started the modernization of a tariff structure. In that time, it was not, I would say, good solution how to do it. Now it is in front of us, especially on a regulatory office. I know that they already presented, you know, some, I would say, framework, you know, how to do it, and also some timeline, you know, when they would like, you know, to implement first step and second step and a third step. But I think that we will need, you know, to speed up everything. If we will not have, you know, data center, or if we will not have tariff structure, or if we will not have enough renewable energy sources, it will not work. It is the combination of everything, and now we will turn back, digitalization, decentralization, decarbonization. Still, you know, the main issues, and we will need, you know, just to make them smarter and maybe somewhere faster.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to react on this question? If not, we will move to another question, which is directed to Mr. Hruda. It is related to loan from the RRF. It is believed to allow the programs that were forgotten in the original plan, such as social, immigration, ecological, not generating profit. Then we hear that loans from RRF need to be also distributed as loans to bring future profit. Isn't it contradictory? Please, Mr. Hruda.
Well, thank you. Actually, it would be if it was the case. Obviously, we are trying to use loans primarily as loans. It makes sense, right? Because once you turn loan into a grant, eventually somebody has to pay for it. So we have to be extremely cautious. I mean, that's the taxation, essentially. So we have to make sure that whatever we invest into has some return. But to assure you, because I think it's probably the point of this question, it is included. The social housing is included. So we are looking at it in a broader context. But the point I was trying to make is that that we do prefer loan-to-loan for obvious reasons, and one of them is the cost of money. In a previous situation when interest rates were very low, close to zero, it didn't play any role. But nowadays we're in a totally different situation. So just by borrowing the money, making it financeable throughout the whole process, we actually increase the capacity of the programs themselves, because some of those recipients would not be able to actually apply without the loan, without the financing. So this is something that we see as a typical example of loan-to-loan use, and it's actually a greater part. So either financial instruments or financing of the projects that were actually already in a pipeline in some other cases.
Thank you. And yes, Mr. Hlobel, please.
I think there are a few things that need to be said to this, because I think is that the Czech Republic definitely didn't try to use the loans as much as it should be so far. And I think if we look into some of the programs that were introduced also in the morning, like for the businesses, for the conversion, having renewable technologies, or maybe for the e-mobility and things like that, those are typical programs where you might have a small component of the grant, but complemented with a cheap loan. And I think as they are particularly within the small and medium enterprises, this is absolutely essential to have a good program. The same thing is for the renewable industry. Yeah, I think that from my perspective is the industry which doesn't need the support on the ground level. It needs to remove regulatory barriers in many places. You might need to do some support maybe on the individual households in in the difficult conditions, or you might do the investment into the municipal infrastructure. Also, the energy community is related with the municipalities. I think it's there the grants do make a sense, because anyway, municipality have money from the taxes. Yeah, but then the lending part, it's something which Czech Republic for a long time ignored, and I think as we need to be more sort of focus how to make those loans effective and impactful for the transition of the whole energy system. And one thing which I might say, you mentioned Zelená úsporám Light. I think I just would like really to highlight that this is a highly unique program in the European context. It's the program which is really focusing on the vulnerable people, on the low-income households or pensioners. Yet the program can go far more into the supporting them. You know, there is a grant element which is though limited. You might do only one single measure, and I think it's for those households we need to support them to do a complete rehabilitations of those houses or the buildings, so we can substantially reduce the consumption. And that's also a social measure, because if you're consuming less, you know, the changes on the gas market do not affect you, yeah, or affect you only to the minimal level.
Thank you. Mr. Pánek first, then Mr. Bursík, please.
Thank you. Very good. Let's talk a bit more about the Nová Zelená úsporám Light, because it introduces, it goes back to the discussion on grants. Don't worry, I'm not moving away from that question. But I think it shows, it gives visibility to some important tools, and I'm talking masks, local actions groups, and EKIs, the information centers, which actually help to roll out the program. This is a typical grant type of operation, which, however, widens or broadens or deepens, whatever the word is, the market opportunity for loan-supported projects in house improvements, where it actually brings in new people who before either could not access such type of investment or actually were unaware or uninterested. And if there is, I mean, you know, what is happening since last February is by all means and standards horrible, and I think, you know, it doesn't have to be repeated. But if there is one silver lining in that cloud, with all the, and I'm leaving aside completely the tragic events in Ukraine, but with all the negative effects that it also had in this country and on consumers, you actually saw activation of people. People started to actually recognize that there is a way of reducing their energy invoice by taking certain steps which are within their power or remit, or which actually they can be helped in order to have them within their remit. And I think that's the role where actually grants become very important, to create structures or processes whereby we bring these people into the market or into the community, where actually loan-supported projects can actually get wider mileage or bigger penetration, or whatever the word is.
Thank you. Mr. Bursík?
Yes, thank you. I had the a very nice opportunity in 2009, together with my team, to introduce the Green Investment Scheme program. It started then, it's still operating, and that time it was rather smart, because we finance it out of the flexible mechanisms of the Kyoto Protocol, and so the funding was out of selling the acquired amount units, 10 euros per 1 ton, and this is how we run the program. And the program is still here. If I read the opinion polls of where the trust of the citizens comes from with respect to the renewable technology and energy savings, the program has helped us a lot. Because when the people see the example of a neighbor, I remember when we were launching the program and I was having journalists there, and so they were asking, how do we want to heat by pallets? Because pallets were not known, so they thought about pallets. So the technologies were not known. And so now there is a suppose, people understand it. When Franz Timmermans was here, he said, he described the sort of vast skepticisms. If I persuade Czechs, I persuade everyone. He hit the point. So these kind of programs which people can, you know, touch, experience, their neighbors have it, they are helping us a lot. And now the issue is how to, when we do have the funding and there is this decade, and there is this factor of war, and people want it, people understand that to be partly self-sufficient, renewable energy is a domestic source, safe, cheap. So then how to make this program more affordable? When we were launching the program, I sent the time people to Berlin, to Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, to study their combination of investment subsidies and loans. Then we decided to build it on investment subsidies, but the retail banks were invited to help with the co-o financing, to help households to cover their shares of co-financing. Now it's difficult because we have such a high interest rates, and we are targeting on households which are having problems to pay their costs of electricity, and they have no reserves for co-financing their investments into renovation. And so this is where I believe that the product which Tomáš Rudan, his team is working on it, this can really help us, you know, to spread the number of customers of this program, and to really make it to the people who would probably never be thinking about a possibility of investing into renovation, such a deep renovation of their building and living.
Thank you very much. We have a question related to the capacity of public administration. This question is related to the Czech administration, but maybe I have a question for Ms. Grillo, whether when we see all the financial possibilities, opportunities, whether we have enough money to support member states, to have enough capacities to, you know, to prepare all the projects that are needed and so on, because in the Czech Republic we have problem that often, for example, municipalities do not have enough people to administer all these projects. So what are the opportunities stemming from, let's say, the resources you mentioned in your previous contribution?
Thank you. So I've tried in the previous presentation give an idea of what is there for the EU as a whole and for Czechia in particular, under these different sources of financing. So, and I also tried to give an idea of the overall needs. So I think that we have seen here that there is money. I mean, just the amount of loans that are available is a very important source. The question is also to be able to absorb them, and getting back to the concept that was mentioned this morning, money, value for money. So in that sense, it's also important to leverage the role of the private sector to make sure that private investment comes when there is a role for it, and that the public investment is there just to complement the gap. And of course the public sector is also there to create the conditions for this investment. That's, I don't want to get back to the discussion on reforms, but that's why where reforms are very effective. So I think that the challenge is maybe more to design in due time all the actions that are needed and that can be presented, for instance, under REPowerEU, or to complement the RRP, since there's even an increased allocation. I think the challenge is more that than a simple issue of financing. I would stop here.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry, but we already ran off our time 20 or maybe 25 minutes ago. So I would like to give the floor to maybe if anybody of you would like to, you know, react or sum up what has been said. I think, yeah, Mr. Neděla is a great person for that. So
I will try one comment. I think that what is in front of us needs deeper cooperation, and I would like, you know, from this space to appreciate, you know, Commission and also Renewable Energy Chamber and other sectors for actual cooperation, because we really, last year we did a lot, you did also a lot, Czech presidency did a lot, and I think that this is important to talk about the topics, push it forward, you know, to change, you know, our, to change what we are thinking about and cooperate. Cooperation is the issue, is the way how to reach the targets.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a great closing remark of this panel discussion. I am very sorry that we cut your break for the lunch, but I think that the discussion was very nice, and we touched many interesting aspects of the not only REPowerEU, but let's say building our economy more resilient in the future. So I would like to thank a lot to our speakers for their great contributions. I would like to thank also to our audience for their comments and questions. If you want to go back and see again discussions or listen more in depth, the discussion was also streamed online, so you can then see the video as well. And let me only thanks to organizers, the European Commission and the Ministry of Trade and Industry of the Czech Republic, and the government, the Office of the Government, for providing us with the Liechtenstein Palace. So thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch break and more networking right downstairs. Thank you very much. And just technical remarks for those who use the interpretation, please leave the gadget to our organizational team. Thank you.